Good morning. If you're just joining us, we open the wait room, and as soon as we believe everyone has joined the meeting, we will begin, which will be in just a few seconds. Very good. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 11th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Briggs,
Here.
Commissioner Comanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Before we begin our agenda today, a few reminders to all members of the public. Welcome this morning. Public comment will be heard on item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other specific individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. In addition to speaking today, you can choose to participate in the public comment portion of this meeting through a variety of ways. The public can participate by, in advance of any meeting, submitting written public comment to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you wish to speak today, you have logged into this Zoom call, you can raise your virtual hand. If you dialed in using the phone number, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. If you wish to just listen to the meeting, you can do that as well by calling into one of the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in and listening purposes. With that, let's turn to our agenda. And the first item on our agenda, as it is most weeks, is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore, the floor is yours.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the Commission, Inspector General, City Attorney, Executive Director. So as I do each week, I'm going to speak briefly about our COVID-19 update. I'll speak to some events that occurred this past week, and then crime statistics and our personnel strength. Regarding the our COVID update, this past week, we as a region has continued to see the impact of the vaccine and the slowing of additional infections. This last week, we only had 1 additional person added to the rolls of COVID-19 positive, bringing our total to 2,696. That was a sworn member of the organization. Today, we have 63 of our personnel that are at home recovering from the COVID virus. None of them, I'm thankful to report, are hospitalized. This is 3 additional individuals have been able to return to full duty since over the course of this last week. Regarding our vaccination, today we have had a total of 6,319 first dose vaccinations. That's an increase of 47 additional employees. And the second dose has been given to an additional 121 people, now totaling 5,096. That means that as a consequence, the 10th of May, we now have just under 51% of our department personnel who've received at least 1 dose of the vaccine, and 41% that have received 2. A total of over 8,000 of our personnel have now received at least a dose of the vaccine or have natural antibodies as a result of being previously infected. I'm also thankful to Department of Public Health, as well as LA County or LA City Fire, who this past week has allowed and provided for a Johnson & Johnson availability of a vaccination. We did have a number of our members that indicated that the availability of a Johnson & Johnson vaccine versus the Moderna would potentially allow them or encourage them to take this vaccine. So that first dose occurred last Wednesday, that first opportunity, and the second opportunity is today. Our department vaccination process is concluding this week with the ready availability now of vaccinations by personal medical facilities, local pharmacies, and private physicians, as well as the public sites that will continue. Our efforts internally with regards to COVID-19, however, continue with protective measures such as face coverings, protective work sites involving plastic and partition barriers, and the lower and dictated capacity of our work sites. Additionally, instances of public meetings and or gatherings, we continue to be guided by the Department of Public Health as to the restrictions as the size and manner in which those gatherings occur. Moving over to events, I want to take this moment to recognize National Police Week. This is an annual occurrence that began in the early 1990s as an effort 1 week each year to honor the fallen officers for their service and their sacrifice. Typically, in a non-COVID environment, it would involve surviving family members and co-workers coming together in our nation's capital, where there would be a candlelight vigil memorial service on the west front lawns of the nation's capital. Those events, due to the COVID pandemic, have been delayed until October of this year. Some statistics I want to bring to this as the significance of this week is that last year, 362 men and women of our nation's law enforcement profession died in the line of duty. 234 of those were a direct result of COVID. 45 of those deaths were a result of gunfire, the second leading cause of death of line of duty deaths across America. 13 were by vehicle assaults. This year, 119 line of duty deaths have already occurred across our nation. 63 of those to COVID. There has been a slowing, if you will, a reduction in the frequency of COVID-related deaths in line of duty. However, 19 have died by gunfire and 2 in stabbing deaths. The 19 by gunfire is a 6% increase from the year before, and 9 line of duty deaths by vehicle assaults. Here in Los Angeles in 2020, we lost 3 of our personnel to COVID. And this last year to date for 2021, that number is now 7, with 6 due to COVID and 1, Officer Jose Anzora, dying as a result of a traffic collision. So this is a moment of reflection for us in law enforcement, and we ask for the public this week as they have an opportunity to come across an officer or see a member in this profession to extend to them their support and appreciation for the sacrifice. We mourn the loss of these fallen heroes, of the men and women who lead a profession of service, of dedication, but we also live each day in a manner to bring honor to their sacrifice and to honor to the profession in which we have a privilege to be a member of. Next matter I'd like to address is that this last week, we upgraded what was a non-categorical use of force from the Hollenbeck area that occurred back in March to now a categorical use of force, given some further investigation occurred. Some details on this is that on March 29th of this year at about 6:20 at night in the 1200 block of South Soto, Hollenbeck patrol officers responded to a radio call of a battery suspect there now. The officers at the scene attempted to detain a suspect who was later identified as Fernando Velez, a male Hispanic, 32 years of age. Reportedly, he became aggressive, and at that point, one officer moved behind him and took the individual to the ground. He was taken into custody, and the incident was initially investigated as a non-categorical use of force, which means that a supervisor responds to the scene, collects evidence, video evidence, witness accounts, statements, and conducts a review at a local level relative to the facts and circumstances that led up to a reportable use of force. On May 6th, during a review of that investigation, the Hollenbeck area commanding officer requested Force Investigation Division to assess the incident because based on the captain's review, it possibly rose to a categorical use of force due to the possibility of force being applied to Mr. Velez's neck during the struggle. After review of the body-worn video and consultation with the Office of Inspector General, it was determined that the case should be best investigated by force investigation in order to determine if force was applied to Mr. Velez's neck. Force Investigation Division assumed the investigative responsibility for the case, and as a result of this, we will also be releasing a critical incident video containing the details as we know them today in the coming weeks. Next matter I want to report on is a very disturbing event that happened over this past Friday at approximately 5:40 in the morning, involving a probationary police officer who has been identified in published accounts as a Nicholas Quintella, assigned to the 77th area of South Bureau. There off duty, Mr. Quintella, who was at home in the Inglewood area, 3500 block of West 116th Street, became involved in an argument and dispute with another resident at that location. And over the course of that dispute, it allegedly was pointed a handgun and transported or caused the person to be moved to the rear of that residence in the backyard. This all sprang reportedly from a dispute between the two of them over Quintella reportedly being potentially evicted from the location. The victim of this case was able to escape from Quintella due to some other distractions that occurred, and Inglewood Police Department responded. And upon their investigation, arrested Nicholas Quintella for assault with a deadly weapon, as well as kidnapping and criminal threats, where he was booked and is being held currently in custody. This immediately, upon being notified of this arrest, we dispatched internal affairs investigators to this location and are working in full support of the Inglewood Police Department and their criminal investigation. Administratively, this officer was immediately assigned a home, and I removed his peace officer powers. We're taking additional actions that I'm limited in being able to discuss in detail because of confidentiality laws. But let me just state that being a police officer is an absolute privilege and comes with tremendous responsibilities. And the actions as reported here involving this probationary police officer have no place by a member of this organization. And we will investigate this promptly, thoroughly, and upon the information being presented, the consequences of his continued placement or position of authority as a police officer, that decision will be made. I want to bring this to the commission's attention, as it has received for two reasons. One, it's a significant event, and one that troubles me a great deal. The officer was allegedly under the influence at the time, significantly, and impaired, and that impairment, in my view, at this early stage, apparently contributed to this event. Secondly, it received a number of published accounts, and as I do talk from each week about significant events, and I have heard from the public about manners in which I choose which items I wanted to step forward and identify in this instance to own this and to ensure that the public understands we take this matter very seriously and that we will not tolerate this type of misconduct in this organization in any manner. Two other matters I want to talk about briefly is on Sunday, an incident over in the Topanga area at our Topanga station. At approximately 12:55 a.m., an individual later identified as Jonathan Rosen was captured on video igniting a bottle containing flammable liquids and throwing that, hitting the front glass area of the station, initiating a fire. Officers at the location observed this individual's actions via the closed circuit television and were able to quickly respond and extinguish the fire, as well as, after a short foot pursuit, arrest Mr. Rosen. Fortunately, there was no damage to the glass window of the station and no injuries otherwise no other injuries reported that occurred. As to the motives of this, we're still trying to determine. The suspect did not provide a statement to us. He was booked on a felony charge of the device, and we'll continue to work to understand what motivated or what influenced his actions on that attack on the station. The second one, and this leads me into my crime report, occurred also on Sunday, and a very disturbing incident of an outgrowth of violence where a multi-force shooting occurred, including a homicide in the Hollywood area of of the city. There at approximately 10 o'clock at night, officers were in the area handling an earlier fight or disturbance unrelated to this house when they heard 4 to 5 shots ring out. And as they began driving in that direction, they heard additional shots being fired. And upon arrival at the Afton and Gower intersection, they observed approximately 30 to 40 people at the location. Now, this location was later learned to be a site of a Mother's Day party that was being hosted at an apartment. And it appears that while the gathering was going on, that 2 suspects, one wearing both males, one wearing a gray hoodie, the second one being described as wearing all black, were across the street from location where they then initiated a series of shots being fired, aimed at the participants at the party. We did have a male that was shot and killed at the location, and we had 3 others that were also shot. We also believe that within this group that one of the individuals of the party goers was also armed and returned fire and later returned to the residence. Our investigation will continue in this. We had at least 3 individual shooting is what we believe, 2 that prompted this attack, and then 1 that was in the midst and returned fire, and his actions will also be closely examined. He was arrested, that 3rd individual, as he was a person with a previous conviction for a felony and a prohibited possessor. And the information would support that he should not have had a firearm and should not have been engaged in those actions. This leads me to a conversation about this last week. In my report on crime statistics, I had offered some bit of encouragement that we had seen some slowing of our number of shooting violence, and that was a hopeful sign. Unfortunately, this last week, the numbers did not maintain that week after week reduction. And instead, we had 10 homicides for the week versus 3 the same week last year. And when we look at our earlier violence, we saw that this was an increase because we also had 35 shooting victims this last week, where the week before, I believe that number was 19. So the shooting violence primarily is occurring on weekends and continues to be in public places and continues to be involving many times gang violence and gang associations. And so this is a area that I just continue to bring attention to, that for the public, our people are working feverishly with our communities that are experiencing this gun violence to identify those responsible. And whether it was this incident at in the Hollywood area or others that occurred this last week, what we ask is for the public's continued vigilance and working with identifying those that have possessed these weapons, as well as those that are engaged in this gunfire and these attacks. And our commitment is to bring them before the criminal justice system. But I'm also asking that we continue to find ways to resolve these disputes and find ways, as this pandemic lessens, for us to get our social institutions more engaged and more involved. I saw with some concern this morning's reports in the LA Times regarding how few high school students have returned to class and the concerns about the continued isolation and continued social barriers that exist as we exit this pandemic. And from a police department and the shared responsibility of public safety, while I don't have authority or the ability to shape or mold that, I do hope that our words of encouragement to all of our providers and outreach and engagement, whether it be intervention or prevention, that they continue to find ways in which to establish communications, establish lines of dialogue to discourage this violence from continuing and perpetuating. This location where the Hollywood event occurred earlier that day, or actually the day before, there had been a criminal threat involving a firearm that was pointed at victims that were then later at this party. And so these instances oftentimes are not isolated and single instances, but rather can be the continuation of earlier disputes that just continue to escalate. I'm not suggesting in this instance that the earlier criminal threats and the attacks that occurred there are related. Those individuals, I believe, were arrested later by Hollywood area officers, but it speaks to the community members that when they see those types of instances and occurrences, that we want to work with them, and we want to work in a manner that allows us to try to resolve those disputes so that they don't escalate into this type of gunplay. Lastly, as I do each week, I'll speak to the number of officer-involved shootings that we have as a year-to-date. And year-to-date, we now have 16 officer-involved shootings, of which 14 involve an individual being struck by departments by a firearm, by a discharge of a firearm, 2 involving no hits. Last year, there was a total of 9 officer-involved shootings at this time. This year, we have 6 fatalities. Last year, that number was 3. And then lastly, as to the personnel stats, the numbers have not been updated since last week. My next update as to our staffing will occur at my next report next week. They remain at 9,519 sworn personnel, and the civilian staffing is at 2,749. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to certainly entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. I have a few questions. There's some feedback. Okay, there, it went away. Thank you. A few quick questions, Chiefs, before I open it up to all commissioners. First, thank you for highlighting National Police Week, particularly since we're still involved with COVID, recognizing all the officers, particularly those that passed due to their service. They became infected with the virus and passed away. We do honor their memories and thank them for their service, as well as acknowledging the suffering their families have gone through. So thank you for that, Chief. Will there be, you mentioned there'll be something in DC in October. Similarly, do you expect there'll be some events in Los Angeles for people who want to participate?
Absolutely. Historically, we would use this week for our local honorings. That all those events are being shifted to October, both here at the departments as well as the LA County Police Officer Memorial and Sacramento.
Thank you. With respect to the incident you described of the probationary officer in 77th, I understand, the details are still under investigation. We must let the process proceed. But knowing that this was a probationary officer, I wonder, is the department reflecting on the hiring process and reviewing the hiring to determine whether anything was missed or anything could change in order to ensure that the hiring of new officers is at the highest standard?
Absolutely. In each instance, when what typically are isolated, but each instance we'll go back and look at the background package, working with personnel department to understand what their and our work together and understand the background of this officer, what signs were missed or what was something overlooked or not discovered, to ensure that that he was properly assessed. Clearly, just with less than a year and a half on the job, to have this type of conduct occur is not just disappointing, but also challenges. How did we miss this in a background? Because this incident did involve excessive allegations of excessive use of alcohol, and not on a single event, but earlier accounts attributed to this officer's conduct off duty. And so again, this will involve us looking at all of that to see how do we miss it. And then lastly, how do we miss it on his on-duty performance here at work? And was this, if he was functionally involved in this, how did we, or should we, or could we have seen and discovered this earlier?
And presumably also whether the hiring practices overall can be improved. I mean, those are the lessons we're
Yes.
really looking for, right? Okay. With respect, I was hopeful last week, as I think everybody was, when we heard your comments about the numbers perhaps going on a downward trend. And it's, beyond discouraging to hear that that's not a trend, that appears to be an aberration in the statistics that you're reporting. And obviously we all care very deeply about the crime because it impacts so many people and so many families. And Chief, you so often talk about how the department can't do things alone, and you've talked about grit a lot. I wonder if you can give a little more information on where grid stands right now in terms of coming back to full service, perhaps is the right word, as they were pre-pandemic. I realize it's a process, but also additional funds were provided by the city to hopefully expand and provide further support, but I know it also, there's a lag time between
Right.
voting on funding and the funding actually hitting the streets. I wonder if you could describe where we are in that process. Of course, I'm looking for the hopeful signs that things will change, but I want to be realistic here too. But could you give us an update on GRID?
So in regards to the earlier investment by the mayor's office in expanding GRID, that was about $350,000, and that money has been pushed into the system to allow hiring of additional what we would term ambassadors or street intervention workers. Those are in place while the city council considers the mayor's proposal to expand GRID's funding by an additional $7 million for fiscal year that would begin in July, which has enjoyed the department's full support and encouragement, both in my remarks at Budget and Finance, as well as in any of our conversations with the council. We believe that that expansion is absolutely necessary. We also look forward to working with Parks and Rec as a city, the entire city, to work with Parks and Rec and GRID providers for our summer night lights and our fall Friday nights and our efforts of programming at our local parks. The aperture of our communities are beginning to open. We are starting to see GRID workers that are working on a much smaller scale in conformance and in compliance with health directives, with having conversations in person. They are, I believe, leaning forward while also trying to protect their personnel, but obviously providing them with vaccinations, providing them with personal protective equipment, but they're still very mindful that larger gatherings, town halls or park gatherings are tightly restricted, and the gatherings should not occur with population sizes are very small, as you're well aware. But we are seeing them in the streets more frequently. Hospital restrictions still exist, but not to the extent that they did 6 months ago. Many hospital settings now are allowing 1 or 2 person visits, where previously there was an absolute quarantine. So that's my hope as we move through the yellow phase and tier, that in the coming weeks, our hospital provisions are going to relax more additionally, which will allow us to have GRID workers working with families at hospital sites, in addition to their work in the streets. But I'll just comment on lastly, as I speak about GRID, I did specifically want to bring up school settings today, because I think that that's an area that we as parents, as communities, as our school officials, all of us need to find ways in which to improve and strengthen that social institution and its ability to have attendance by youth that are at such risks to help reinforce their sense of safety, their sense of security, but also to help quell, if you will, rumors and disputes that occur out in the field, out in the street. And that because of the lack of a social setting in a school and the framework in which school offers, I think is causing or allowing some of this violence to perpetuate.
Understood. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Commissioners, questions? Anyone? Seeing no microphones open, we'll move then to public comment. Madam Secretary, can you open the public comment queue and call our first speaker?
Okay, our first speaker is Daddy, followed by Jason R.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All right, good morning, Chief. I would like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, so first of all, I want to talk about many times I mentioned in this meeting, Los Angeles, California is becoming a crime heaven. I just read on the news something about a robbery. Before it was a felony charges. Right now it will become something called a misdemeanor or lighter crime charges. Something about that. Yeah, I'm just continue to make those super accurate assumption right now. continue to be accurate. So everybody right now knows it will be no longer a felony. Everybody knows looting, rioters, criminals, looters continue to know it will be a misdemeanor. They're gonna continue to do more such things. So it will move into a direction to a criminal heaven. Second of all, several looters, rioters mentioned about accountability on the police. Well, I agree with the Sheriff Villanueva. Accountability is the both way. You cannot only demand the police accountability without public accountability. What I see is that the chief, the police, all the procedure, they continue to investigate, they continue to do the research, their policy. However, I see the public, they attacking on the officer through the water bottle. They continue to bring a gun, bring a knife towards the officer. So I do not see any accountability on the public part. So one-sided accountability will never work. That's just how it works. Second of all, I see that continuing regarding the death penalty numbers. What I see is that according to the number, more than 75% of the people who receive capital punishment in this country are white. However, white only represent 42% of the murder criminals. So that means it's very, very biased. It is very, very discriminating against the white. So, and then the black number is much, much less. They represent 63% of the murder, but they only receive 23% of the capital punishment in this case. So what I see, I do see racism. I do see discrimination. I do see double standard against the white based on the numbers right there. And then also, last, I just want to see the LAPD officer can arrest me 100 times. LAPD officer can arrest me 200 times. I will never be a George Floyd. Why? I comply with the officer. Officer put me in handcuff. Officer put me inside of the cop car. Officer asked me my identification. I comply. So therefore, even though I can be arrested 100 times, I will never be killed by the LAPD officer. That's so easy. There's nothing wrong with the officer. Do justice, due process for.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R., followed by Matos.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Public comment, chief's report, and 3C.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So the people are calling for the commission to vote no on the LAPD's proposed implementation plan. The LAPD is the most funded department in our city, are receiving a proposed 3% increase in Garcetti's injustice budget, and somehow want an additional $67 million to fund their targeting, criminalization, and brutalization of protesters. The public doesn't want this. Case in point, we saw hashtag defund not reform trend #1 on Twitter yesterday in Los Angeles. We saw an onslaught of people tag you and post on Twitter expressing why this $67 million deserves a home in our communities and not with the LAPD. In addition, you received 86 emails to the dedicated after action report email, and each and every one was against this latest money grab by the LAPD. Not even the LAPD could drum up support amongst their base to support this implementation plan. These after action reports detailed the failed leadership of this department. You've got captains, you've got commanders, you've even got Michael Moore, who have been around for decades that are still making major mistakes. These same officers have gone through training after training after training, and they still can't figure out a way to not abuse protesters or violate their constitutional rights. You see, they would like you to believe that they just need more training, but what they really need is accountability. By voting no on this plan, you will send a clear message that we do not reward failure. I mean, during a global pandemic, they couldn't even figure out how to wear masks. And I'm surprised they didn't ask y'all for money to approve for that type of training. But again, no amount of training, no amount of reform is going to fix the LAPD. I want to talk to the commissioners, right? You have rubber stamped every single thing that the LAPD has brought to this commission. I want to put things in perspective and explain why this vote today will affect your legacy. Throughout history, city officials have responded to LAPD's violence against critics by expanding police resources instead of addressing the roots of this criticism. You claim to serve as the citizen's voice in police affairs. You now have an opportunity to break from this pattern of failure, to learn from this history and do something different. All right. So Commissioner Calache, in the past, you've called for an investment in our youth, but by approving this $67 million, you were robbing our children of this critical funding. LAPD wants $100,000 for snacks. Yet our kids continue to suffer from food insecurity. Do the right thing and vote no. Commissioner Decker, As a former U.S. attorney, if this was a legal case, LAPD versus the people, and we know there's so many ongoing cases like that, but would they deserve this $67 million? The LAPD who abused, vilified, and harassed protesters? I think it would go towards the victims of these detailed crimes, the people of Los Angeles. So again, do the right thing and vote no. Commissioner Bonner, you once served as the California Secretary of Business and Transportation and Housing. If a report came out calling out the failures of a specific project, would you have given it more funding or would you have funded what was working? If you read these reports, what isn't working is the LAPD. What is working is more resources in our community, but these are gobbled up by this department. So do the right thing and vote no. Commissioner Briggs, you're supposed to be one of the top lawyers in the music world. What would be music to the public's ears would be a no vote on this implementation plan. Today, treat the public like your clients. Side with us by doing the right thing and voting no on this plan.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios, followed by Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Commission, to approve this $67 million proposal is to reward the LAPD for the brutalizations and failings documented in 3 separate reports. The first report done by the LAPD itself, the 2 others by cop-friendly entities. It's to reward the LAPD for their failings. There have been no consequences for the LAPD's actions last summer. Chief Moore is still the chief of police. No power has been taken away from the LAPD, and now you're discussing giving them more money. With houselessness on the rise in this city and Angelenos en masse calling for services that actually benefit them, you would be saying you value a failing police force with a proven anti-Black and brown bias over the needs of Angelenos. A call for training has never worked. We've seen time and again that it's just a means for the LAPD to grow their resources. We demand a divestment from the LAPD. Vote no on the $67 million proposal. This is not what Angelenos need, and you need to be the voice for Angelenos. On the chief's report, Chief Moore can't control this police force. You have officers like Nicholas Quintilla holding Angelenos at gunpoint. If being a police officer comes with such a great deal of responsibility, why has he let so many officers commit crimes unpunished? For example, why hasn't he named the officers involved in the Capitol attack? Why have you not named the officers involved in the spreading of the George Floyd Valentine? And does the number of shooting victims stated earlier include the 14 people shot by the LAPD? Does the gang violence you mentioned include the gangs among your own ranks? The LAPD is in no position to take a righteous stance or indict any criminal activity, as they've let so much criminality run rampant in the city. Their crooks just have badges and uniforms and the audacity to ask for more funding after terrorizing Angelenos. We need a fire, Chief Moore. This commission needs to call for the firing of Chief Moore. We need some semblance of accountability. You need to appear as though you care. Also, how are you meant to assess the needs of Angelenos with a 45-minute time limit on public comment? There's no way to hear from even most views in that amount of time. If you have a genuine interest in the public's desires, demands, you need to expand that time limit. Lastly, Tuesday at 9:30 is an inconvenient time for the police commission. People have to choose between the city council meeting and this. Just something to assess. Vote no on the $67 million proposal. Defund the LAPD. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, followed by Susan B.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Becky, could I speak on the chief's report, public comment, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3I?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Cool. I'll start with the chief's report. You're terrible. On to public comment. President Decker, you always mention at the beginning of these meetings that people can email in public comment, but never that the requirement for that is that it has to be submitted 16 and a half hours before the meeting begins. How does that make sense? And speaking of that, administrative fuckery, what about the first 2 items on the agenda? There's no report to look at. We have no idea what will actually be discussed, and we're supposed to give public comment on these items. For example, 3B is about the new bureau that this board and the LAPD created last summer with the blessing of Mayor Garcetti, amongst the biggest uprising against police violence in the history of LA, if not the country, and if not the world. You know, calling for the defunding of police, and y'all are like, yeah, we should definitely start another bureau. We have for years, citing the work and research of Stop LAPD Spying and LA Can and others, we rejected the Community Safety Partnership for what it is, a counterinsurgency tool that ostensibly holds poor, majority Black and brown communities hostage through youth programs and bullshit that shouldn't be having any facilitating done by the police. Last year, we saw HACLA money, housing money from the federal government meant for public housing go to LAPD salaries as part of the Community Safety Partnership. Commissioner Calanche's Legacy LA does seemingly good work with youth in Boyle Heights, Ramona Gardens community, but we know that her organization is tied to the Community Safety Partnership. For you all to discuss this program after taking public comment truly shows what you as the oversight board think about public input. 3C, of course, vote no on this 67 million. Like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus. Dale Bonner, 67 million in new training and granola bites won't change the impact of the LAPD in the communities that are most impacted. All this will do is further entrench the anti-Black, the anti-poor, anti-Indigenous, anti-brown violence that's inherent to policing. Like, all of the past so-called reforms passed through this commission prove this. Yeah, I guess lastly, mobile force option simulator. Again, what the fuck? You're literally taking the donation of a kill simulator to bring it out into the community, and you call that a strategic tool for community engagement. What the fuck? But I digress.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Susan B, followed by Patrick P.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'm just going to do a public comment and item 3H.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay. First off, I would like to extend my appreciation to all our LAPD officers out there. We can never thank them enough for their daily service and commitment to our community. Then I'm going to go on to I read the article in our Sunday Daily News about the LA homicide rates. I did think it was rather hopeful that our homicide rates would remain consistent, Chief. In this current climate of instability and lawless, until we actually hold people accountable for their actions, I don't believe we will see any improvements in the homicide rates. And Commissioner Briggs is noted as asking Chief Moore for more solutions. I mean, isn't that what your committee is for? But here are a few of mine. I am asking that this commission stop pandering to the terrorists and thugs rather than serving the greater community. It's time to stand up to these thugs who are terrorizing our communities. Continue to demand funding for our LAPD for training. I believe the single most important part of keeping everyone safe is training, our police and our public. I would like the LAPD to accept the donation of funds for the purchase of the mobile force option stimulator. Our police are put into situations where they have to make split-second life and death decisions, and there can never be enough training for such situations. I would ask that the chief and this commission be sure that the definition of reasonable force is clearly defined and understood by all our LAPD. I would also ask this commission to make sure our police understand that an officer who stands by while another violates protocols will be disciplined and fired, and there should never be a culture of silence or complicity. The news article also notes that there is increased gun buying across this nation. I think this statement is disingenuous, and because there's no differentiation between law-abiding citizens purchasing weapons is their Second Amendment right, and in this increasingly lawless environment, and the criminals who illegally purchase weapons from non-legal sources. I doubt there are many statistics on that. And again, thank you all for your service. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Patrick P, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hi there. I'd like to speak on the Chief's report, item 3B, 3I, and just general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank all the men and women out there. This is National Police Week, as Chief mentioned, and we do appreciate all of you. We wish we had more police officers on the street and doing the great work that you do. I do want to mention about 3B, the CSP. I see that there's going to be a verbal presentation and discussion. What we don't see, or at least I don't see, are any kind of statistics on the CSPs. Are they getting guns off the street? Are they solving any crimes? It just seems like the officers, play checkers and baseball and bingo with the residents. I think this would be a great opportunity for all these organizations like Calanches that want to defund the police to step up and take over the CSPs. I think those officers really need to be out in the field working. I don't really see the CSPs doing the great job. I think they're run by fantastic people that do fantastic work, but their work could be put somewhere else. 3I, the $140,000 for the mobile force option simulator. That's wonderful. I think that more people like our LA Laker that had some things to say needs to go through that to see what the officers go through on a daily basis. I'd also like to mention that there's something that I was surprised Chief didn't mention in his report. There was an incident over the weekend off the 5 and the 110 freeway. Underneath it, there was a huge party. There were thousands of people there. LAPD did a great job quickly dispersing the crowd. However, there was about 50 people, maybe 100 people that stuck around to cause problems for the police officers. They were throwing rocks, bottles, and I do believe that an officer was hit in the face with glass. News reported there was no injuries. I think that was false. Chief, City Council, Police Commission, I think you guys all need to be tougher on the crimes and what's happening in our city, because this relaxed policy of policing seems to be emboldening the people to revolt against the police department. The party that was happening over the weekend underneath the 5 and 110 freeway was not Black Lives Matter, that terrorist group that we all know. This was just party goers, and I think they are seeing what is happening, and they think it's okay to do what Black Lives Matter to the terrorist group does. We got to stop policing the police, stop these soft on crime policies, stop kneeling with BLM. And the mayor, of course, has to stop calling our officers killers. Let's get a little bit tougher. Let's get them. And I do support the police and defend the LAPD. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Betty Lay.
I'm going to go for it today and speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll start with Chief's report. If the main job requirement for being the chief of this police department was speaking in a somber and concerned tone, then Chief Moore would be knocking it out of the park. But since it's not, we have to judge the man on the other aspects of his job performance. During his report, the chief spoke of honoring the profession. Honor was the word that was used. And I'm just curious if the chief includes honoring the profession, if that includes doing things like being the chief of a police department whose officers explode protesters' testicles with projectile weapons. Does it honor the profession when advertising on white supremacist websites happens during your tenure? Does it honor the profession when the George Floyd Valentine incident happens, when you lie on the record about the number of traffic stops in South Central? On and on and on. The chief's choice of the word honor is rich, as an adjective I often use on these calls. You said of that off-duty cop, Chief, we won't tolerate this type of misconduct. And I'm just thinking about some other types of misconduct that you apparently will tolerate, including the behavior of the officers who killed Grishario Mack and Albert Ramon Dorsey, whose actions were ruled out of policy by this very commission. On to the $67 million implementation plan. Throughout history, city officials have responded to LAPD's violence by expanding police resources instead of addressing the criticism that's coming their way. Commissioners, you claim to serve as the citizens' voice in police affairs, and you now have an opportunity to break from this pattern of failure
and to learn from this history and do something different. Now is the time to reduce LAPD's power and resources, not increase them. Using protests calling to defund the police as a pretext to expand police resources is an insult. It insults many people in this city, including the several thousand who risked LAPD brutality last summer to condemn police violence, and the thousands of critics of police who LAPD arrested and unlawfully detained. The proposals in this implementation plan are the opposite of what our communities braved all that police violence to demand, defunding the LAPD's massive budget. To go on to public comment, the way that you force everybody to give public comment at the beginning of these meetings is not a meaningful way to behave as the commission that purports to serve as the citizen's voice in police affairs. It's described to an outsider, this practice would evoke disbelief at how diametrically opposed it is to your stated mission, what you're here to do. Stop doing this, change it, let people comment after every item. And Commissioner Decker, you called cops who died of COVID officers that passed due to their service. Nope, it was due to COVID.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Jessica Craven.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, C3H3I, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first and foremost, I do honor National Police Week. I support Chief Moore. I support the LAPD. It needs to be refunded, not defunded. I support the chief's report on everything he gave. My condolences on those that we have lost in the line of duty or due to COVID. On 3H, I support that completely. On 3I, I challenge everyone that has never gone through FOSS to go through it and see how you have to make a split-second decision and put yourself in their shoes out in the public. You'll change your frame of mind. I also appreciate LAPD for all the community events that they get involved with, all the wonderful stories that they provide that never get on the news except maybe one or two for 2 or 3 seconds, which is not fair. I feel that the news is the one that's causing a lot of the chaos out there because they love to press on for the bad stuff and not the good stuff. And basically, if everyone did their homework, they would know across our wonderful country, it's 1% of bad cops to 99% of wonderful, brave men and women out there. Everyone needs to get on the same page. We have one race on this earth, and it's the human race. Get with the program. Thank you very much. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I bide the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jessica Craven, followed by Ted Trubinsky.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica Craven. I am just going to make public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay. I think you just can't ignore the political and historical context here. The proposal to create a new bureau devoted to public order policing will recreate the harm of the notorious Public Disorder Intelligence Division, which LAPD launched in reaction to the Watts Rebellion. Then, as now, this move is particularly dangerous as a response to growing public criticism of police. As you know, 62.4% of Angelenos support proposals to redirect some money currently going to the police budget to local programs, and 36% support proposals to completely dismantle police departments, With this sentiment growing, LAPD may well be eager to monitor those who are questioning its violence and power, but that doesn't mean we should let them. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hello, I'll speak on public comment and item 3.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Just for item 3C, vote no on the city implementation plan. 3 separate reports describe the failings of last year. We want less money going into the department, not more funding. For 3B, similarly, we want more transparency around the CSP budget, including the donors. We don't want CSP money going to the salaries of more officers. If it's going to be spent, we want it to be spent on community programs, not community policing. For 3I, we totally discourage the use of this violent video game technology. We find, again, it's suspect that we're accepting more funding for quote unquote strategic tools for community engagement. I live 2 blocks away from where the shooting in Hollywood happened this past week on Mother's Day. Very tragic, very sad for my neighbors and the families of those involved. But honestly, especially after this past year, I live in more fear and anxiety of the department. It's lost all public trust, and the aggression and arrogance that I've seen by the officers far outweighs those I've seen by my neighbors. Finally, just please expand the 45-minute time limit for public comment. I believe that the 45-minute time limit discourages regular public engagement, which is something that I think the department should look for, and the commission as well. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Baba Keeley.
Good morning, all. Excuse me, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report and public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
On the chief's report, I'd like to thank the chief for acknowledging National Police Week. I think that we all should acknowledge the sacrifice of our officers on a daily basis in our prayers. The actual day, National Police Memorial Day, is May 15th. And I think it's important for all of us, if you can, to go to the police headquarters and take a look at the memorial there that has the names of the officers who have died in line of duty, been killed in line of duty. All those officers, and I'll extend that to the entire nation, come in a variety of backgrounds. They all wore the uniform, whether it be blue or tan or whatever, but let's say if LAPD it's blue. They all died in a blue uniform. Or however you want to categorize people, they were all blue, and they died and sacrificed their lives for the city and for the nation, for public safety and the rule of law. So that really needs to be acknowledged. We hear the names of criminals who resisted arrest and were died as a result of an incident, but we forget the names of the officers who have died in line of duty. So I offer a moment of silence and prayer for those officers. Remember, May 15th is National Police Memorial Day. I think that something should be done at police headquarters to honor them, even on May 15th. Waiting until October is not really, I think, the best way to do things. So I am dedicating my public comment today to those who have fallen and their families. They should never be forgotten.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, and next speaker is Baba Keeley, followed by Hamid Khan.
Good morning. I want to speak on the chief's report and 3C in public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I get tired of always hearing gang related when there's no definition for that, but we hold it up as a boogeyman all the time. Define gang related violence, if you will, at some point, Chief and the department. Secondly, 3C, the implementation plan. LAPD has received 3 reports that have been conducted for them after the uprisings last year. And in all 3 of those reports, LAPD failed in the handling of the protests. To support the $67 million that the LAPD is requesting is like rewarding failure without accountability. It reinforces the position that LAPD is untouchable, even when they've been found wrong and failed. In any other department that had failed, that had got 3 reports on that they had failed, the first thing that would happen is that the leadership would be replaced and that they would be a real assessment, not an additional funding. They would make do with the funding they have. It is, against everything that we understand in society that says you failed, but you get rewarded. If anything, you failed and there should be accountability. That's why the People's Budget LA could use that $67 million to go toward priorities like housing insecurities, like mental health support, like support for Black families and children, universal basic incomes, support for formerly incarcerated, education, grants for small businesses, and access to technology. That's what the people are saying they want their money used for, not for a failed police department that has even had internal reports that say that they are fails. Unfortunately, the police commission is there to protect the institution. And so you all will probably make short-sighted and stupid decisions because you are more interested in protecting the institution than really listening to the people. That is why we are calling for, first, the firing of Chief Moore. Secondly, the defunding of police and the divestment and investment. And more importantly, we are calling for the end of this 45-minute bullshit testimony stuff that Black Lives Matter and others have forced you all to go to run to your corners because you're afraid of us. So open up this process, make it real, fire Chief Moore, defund the police.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Samantha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So first of all, I want to start off with the agenda today, the way it's been laid out. And it's very interesting that item 3D is the ED's report about the after action implementation plan emails that you have received in public comment, which should have gone before 3C, where the action is supposed to be taken on the after action implementation plan. But since it's going to come after, let me just read you TFANC's report that it says that a total of 86 comments were received via email and 1 letter signed by the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, LA Can, Black Lives Matter, and several other organizations. And in those 86 comments, and they said each commissioner also received the reference emails and letters, and all email comments and letter did not support the implementation plan and the funding identified. Let me repeat it. All 86 email comment and the letters did not support the implementation plan and the funding identified. Now, if this was the real world, what we would be talking about at agenda item 3C would be, let's watch the LAPD chase its tail again, right? Because what the letter states is, and I'll read something to you, that number 1, LAPD brutally attacks Black communities protesting police violence. Then LAPD insiders recommend expanding police resources rather than listening to community demands. And then of course, LAPD repeats its brutality the next time the community protests police violence again. We saw this cycle followed the
Not yet.
92 uprising. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, please proceed.
Yeah, I'm losing my time over here as well, please. So please add some time to that. And then we go on with the DNC and May Day and on and on and on. So here we are one more time that you have received an overwhelming rejection of this after action implementation plan. What we have seen is, and today the coalition put out a revised budget chart, that since Garcetti has been the mayor, the LAPD has had over $900 million, close to $1 billion increase in its annual budget. How much more money do you need to harm people? How much more resources do you need to traumatize people? How much more, this collective institutional fuckery are you going to just keep on just unloading and unleashing on it before your conscience trickles in, before your conscience just reminds you that, you have watched, and Bonner, you have watched this game before. Moore, you're an insider. You have watched this game before as well. So before this turns into just watch the commission chase its tail, because it usually does, we saw that happen over and over again. Show some respect to people. Show some conscience. A little bit of conscience is always helpful. And just say an overwhelming no, that no, we're not going to feed you anything more. But this whole feeding frenzy has to stop. And this trough, just feeding needs to stop. And that's all I have to say about it today. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. You're reminded, please keep your microphones on mute so that we don't get any background noise while listening to public comment. Thank you. Please proceed, Madam Secretary.
Okay, our next speaker is Samantha, followed by Luna.
Hi, I'd like to do general comment and chief's report, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Good morning, Chief Moore and all the commissioners. I am calling that I am in favor of the $67 million increase. We need to refund, not defund LAPD. We need safety in Los Angeles. Crime is up. Shootings, homicides, people breaking into cars and stealing. We need more officers that are hired. I feel safer when I see more officers out there, and I understand that maybe others don't. One idea I have is if we get the LAPD mounted platoon, the officers on the horses, to be out among the people more. I mean, everybody loves horses. Maybe they go to parks and where children can see the horses, or even now that kids are back at schools, even teenagers in high school. Maybe in areas such as Hollenbeck or other areas where crime is up, just to build that trust that officers are not the enemy. Possibly these kids and teenagers will be inspired to grow up and become officers, which is an admirable profession. We need more community engagement. This is a fight of good versus evil. Blessed are the peacemakers. Keep doing good and restraining evil for the sake of our city and for the sake of all our precious children. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Luna, followed by caller ending in 7494.
Hello.
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on the chief's report, please, on public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it, giving us the platform to call every week and just express our concerns. I'm a concerned citizen, and of course, I am very concerned about the crime going on, especially in the Hollywood area. We appreciate our police, and big shout out to the Hollywood division for the crime and the horrible environment they have to work in, which is getting worse and worse. Also, regarding the police ambush in Hollywood a couple of weeks ago, where police officers facing a countdown possibly to his execution. Just hearing about it was horrifying as a citizen. I can't imagine what this poor officer was going through, hearing the 3, 2, 1. So please know he's in our hearts. And thank you again for the Hollywood division and keeping our city safe. Regardless of who tweets what, whether it's a basketball player living in a $100 million house that has police giving him 24-hour security, they do not speak for us. We want our police in the communities keeping us safe. He does not speak for us. We appreciate our police officers, and we appreciate them going out every single day and risking their lives for us citizens that actually live in these cities. We recognize all the police officers for National Police Week. Please know we support them. LAPD, we support you. We appreciate you. We want you in our neighborhoods. I live in the neighborhood We want you there. We want to be able to live in a safe neighborhood again. So they do not speak for us. We speak for us. We speak as family members, as mothers, as wives, as going out to the grocery store. We appreciate your policing, and a big shout out to Craig Lally for his support.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 7494, followed by T.
And Madam Secretary, I believe T will be our last speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Caller 7494.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief support and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
All right, my name is Tyler Boudreau, and I just want to say proposals like this, what the implementation is proposing, continue a vicious cycle of policing where righteous protesters demonstrate against police brutality, protesters experience police brutality while protesting police brutality, and police departments and insiders jockey for more resources under the guise of reform, and these new resources are used to perpetuate more brutality against our communities. And this is ridiculous. It's what followed the Watts Rebellion, as some other callers had mentioned, the 92 uprising, as well as more recent examples like the DNC, the May Day demonstrations. We've seen this over and over again, and even Commissioner Bonner admitted that these repeating this repetition is contributing to a failed cycle. So learn from your history. Reject this implementation plan, reject and vote no against $67 million implementation plan, which will only contribute to more brutalization and criminalization of righteous protesters and more surveillance of our communities. And it's the community who will be most impacted is saying vote no. 86 emails were saying no. This is ridiculous that we're even considering this, considering the hypocrisy is front and center for you all to see. And yet you guys are still probably going to ignore it because you operate with the interests of the establishment. So reject the plan, be courageous, do something bold and listen to the people. We want to not have more police in our communities, policing our protests. Protesting is a democratic right. We have the right to say that police shouldn't kill our people. We have the right to stand up. So defund the police, invest those resources into strengthening our communities to actually uplift the city, and fire Chief Moore. Black Lives Matter, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker is T.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right. First of all, I want to honor the fact we're on Tongva, Quiche, Hachiman, Chumash, and Tataviam land. This is stolen land. Second of all, I want to honor the over 630 lives LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department has stolen with zero accountability. In 7 years, y'all have killed over 630 people and nobody's been held accountable. That is a disgrace. And y'all want $67 million more? $67 million more to brutalize, kill, and terrorize our folks? And look what happens. After you murder their loved ones, you terrorize those families and assassinate the character of the ones you murder. It's an outright disgrace. Y'all get $3 billion a year? $3 billion? And we have a housing crisis. We're in an economic downfall because of the COVID. And you all, $3 billion, you want $67 million more? Well, what's $100,000 for snacks? I mean, y'all think our lives are a fucking joke? You literally think our lives are a joke. You keep on with this charade and this big propaganda machine, making the public think you're of service. Y'all ain't a service. You're a tradition and slave catching. Y'all were founded. That's your foundation. Y'all were put together as an ensemble of slave catchers. How in the world can you reform that? It can't be reformed. It must be abolished. And stop calling Michael Moore a chief. That's an insult to indigenous people, right? You have to stop with the stealing of our language. and misappropriating our language, right? You're talking about reform and reimagine this and reimagine that when it's the same old song and dance. We're getting tired of your charades. Our people are dying out here, dying. But day by day, y'all are shooting somebody out here. Nobody's being held accountable. We all know you were founded in slave catching, right? And then you let these people go on and they slamming organizations. That's dangerous. Y'all calling us terrorists? Y'all are the terrorists. Y'all been terrorizing this so-called country for 500 years. You stole the land, you commit genocide. You know what's genocide? The murder of our Black and brown people. You know what else is genocide? You taking the resources and the money from our community. That is a slow genocide. We need to abolish this department and fund our communities. Tired of y'all's propaganda. I'm tired of y'all hiding behind this Wizard of Oz charade. Defund the police, fund our communities, and fuck you, Chief Moore.
All right, that concludes public comment. I do want to thank everyone who called in today or logged into this Zoom meeting today to present your different opinions. We'll proceed on the agenda as it was published, and we'll begin with item 3A on the regular agenda. Item 3A, Madam Secretary, this is the Hollywood Division CPAB group. I believe Captain Lurie is here to introduce the CPAB members. Good afternoon, Captain, or good morning, Captain. Good to see you, sir. And we welcome hearing about the CPAB program. We, as a commission previously, I'm told before I became a member, the CPABs regularly came to commission meetings and presented what was happening in their communities. And several commissioners, as well as members of the community, indicated it would be a good idea to bring them back. I know commissioners have been going to CPAB meetings regularly when they're online and such, but for all commissioners to have the benefit of hearing from CPABs, we thought we'd schedule a number, and Mr. Teefank has graciously taken the laboring oar of that scheduling process. But welcome, Captain Lurie. Thank you for being here today. I turn it over to you and your team.
Thank you so much. Just make sure you can hear me okay, Commissioner. Excellent. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chief. I see that my partner has joined me here. I'm going to share a PowerPoint. It's only about 3 or 4 slides. We really just wanted to have a conversation, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about Hollywood's Community Police Advisory Board. I know I've met with several of you personally, so you know that Hollywood has been very fortunate to always have a strong and solid relationship with our community. We are blessed in that way. And a lot of that is because of our Community Police Advisory Board. And to be frank, my partner, Mr. Ferris Wiebe. As I bring up this next slide, you can see him there. He has joined us here. He is nothing short of a civic giant in Hollywood. And it goes way beyond CPAB. He is my co-chair. As you know, the model is that the commanding officer of the area and one member of the community are co-chairs of this board, which helps me understand what it is that Hollywood is looking for, what we're doing well, maybe things we can improve on, and as we learned over the last 12 months, a valuable outreach organization. Ferris has run a school in Hollywood. He has developed neighborhood programs in Hollywood. He's been doing this longer than me. He's better at it than I am. And he's going to share in today's presentation and talk to us a little bit about the things that he's seen develop here through many captains, not just through the time that I have been here. One of his innovations is that we decided when I took over here that we were going to be a working CPAB. Yes, it's important to get advice and community feedback, but we wanted measurables. We wanted to see that Hollywood was a better community and that we were a better police station because of our CPAB. And we do that through 3 primary committees. One, social media. We committed early to the concept that the main way we were going to communicate with our members on CPAB and with the rest of the community was probably going to involve social media in some way. Again, fortuitous for us when the pandemic hit and a lot of our folks were sent inside. So we've been growing our social media presence. I'm proud to say that our combined followers on the main platforms push about 55,000 now. When I talk about our goals for the next 2 years, you'll see where we're looking to get. But we do a lot of communication by social media. When the pandemic hit, and then when the period of unrest struck after George Floyd's murder, we used social media extensively. This platform, Zoom, and other communication platforms, at one point during May and June, we were actually having a meeting every 48 hours to keep our community informed of what was happening. Second, as the Chief of Police has spoken to you all about, we are entering an era where volunteerism is going to be critical to our providing public safety to Hollywood. So we have a committee run by a senior lead officer who is committed only to expanding our volunteer force. When I took over here with Mr. Wiebe, we had about 5 volunteers. We now have about 57, with a dozen or so in the pipeline to become Hollywood volunteers. And they do all kinds of stuff for us under the CPAB umbrella. They work at our front desk. They go out and do education campaigns. And Ferris is going to talk about some of the stuff they do for our community. And then finally, we have an emergency preparedness committee. As you are all aware, we have protests large and small, and we're proud in Hollywood to host First Amendment activity virtually every week. And our CPAB community helps us get the word out and keep in communication with many of those folks who come here. And of course, we unfortunately know that brush fires and other natural disasters can disproportionately affect Hollywood. So our Emergency Preparedness Committee sponsors Rylan, or Ready Your LA Neighborhood, through CPAB to get our neighborhoods signed up. And they are a communication platform for us to talk about and get information out should there be a fire up on the hills, an earthquake, a police matter, whatever you need. 2020 through 2021, like for all of us in policing, was not what we expected. But there were some really, really important highlights. And I'm going to turn it over now to Ferris, who's going to talk about a food and prescription drug program that CPAB is really proud of. Ferris, take it away.
We can't hear
Ferris,
you.
you're muted, partner.
You're muted. You need to unmute your microphone. We did.
Sorry about that. Thank you, commissioners, staff, people on this call, and my partner, Captain Lurie. Hollywood Division, the Men and Women in Blue, really embodies community-based policing. It's part of the culture, and that takes nurturing on an ongoing basis. And one of the things that CPAB plays an important role in is we bring various groups together as well when we focus on a problem. And one of the things that happened when the pandemic hit, we decided right away, and we collaborated with the Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council and a couple other organizations. And the idea was to keep the seniors at home and figure out how to bring them prescription medicine and deliver to them groceries. We were up and running by March the 20th. So it was one of the first really program that got going in the Hollywood area. And it was the police officers delivering these bags to these seniors that are stuck at home. We're talking over 700 seniors in the Hollywood 90028, 90038 zip code. And we also figured out a long-term solution. I'm proud to say that right now on Vine Street, there is a space that we do food rescue with the Hollywood Food Coalition. They bring the food over to the space and it's delivered to 40 organizations. And the program, the senior program, will get back up and going. And this is what community-based policing is. I thank you. And if you have further questions, I'll be glad to answer. And it's a great partnership.
Thank you, Ferris. And Ferris and his group of volunteers really took that on and set it up 100% independently. It was great to see. Our second primary thing we wanted to highlight for you guys is the increase in our volunteer corps. It was hanging on by a thread when Ferris and I took over, and I set a priority for the division to have 100 badged volunteers by the end of 2021. That will not happen because COVID came along and stopped my recruiting efforts, but we are pushing about 60, as I said, 57 to 60. And I think by the end of next year, we can be at 100. And you can see sort of the energy in the community increase as these volunteers get out there. You can see in some of these photos, they're in recognizable LAPD uniform. I know you guys are aware of how important volunteers and reserves are to the future of our police department, especially as America sort of wrestles with what police departments are going to look like. This is a great time for us to leverage increased community volunteers. And they're in our station working, they're in our detective squad bay, helping out with paperwork. They are out with our motor officer, learning about traffic safety, just about anything you can imagine that doesn't involve the dangerous or potentially dangerous aspects of police work. We have our volunteers involved in. And of course, we are also quite intentionally creating ambassadors for that program. And if we're reaching that point where it's expanding exponentially because a friend tells a friend tells a friend about the great experience that they had volunteering in Hollywood Division. We'll move on to our goals for next year, one of which will involve that volunteer corps. Number one goal for next year, I want students in our local schools to be members of our CPAB board. Hollywood's community skews older and retired. That's just a demographic fact. And of course, the folks who have time to commit to a workshop or a meeting or a board, we also skew towards a retired group. Well, that affects the message that I get and the advice that we get. So I want to go to the local high schools, and they were enthusiastic about this before schools shut down for COVID, and have maybe the junior, senior level in high school have some representation for us to get that different view. Help us with social media because they're better at it than I am, and just hear what it is that the young people in Hollywood would like to tell us about what the police department can do for them and should do differently. So that's number one. Number two, we will get to that 100 badged volunteers number. And again, that's sort of a critical mass where we think then it will expand sort of by itself. But at 100, if they work a detail or a task per week each, we really get the energy and the flow and the work going. And then we're going to push to 100,000 followers on the primary social media platforms. Again, we don't pick that number haphazardly. I think then by the people that those people influence and meet with, we're really good at getting out, especially emergency information. Something as simple as street closures through, God forbid, a natural disaster like a brush fire. And I'm confident that by the end of, say, 2022, as our tier levels seem to be lowering very quickly now, we can emerge from what the pandemic has done to CPAB and achieve these three fairly lofty goals. I don't want to take too much of your time. I appreciate the opportunity to show off what Ferris and our great group of volunteers has been doing. And both he and I are open for any questions that you have.
Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate your presentation. And Captain or Mr. Wiebe, I wonder if you can just briefly explain, you talked about the impact COVID had in terms of meeting your goals, of course, but it also sounds like you've engaged in a lot of efforts to keep everybody up to date online. Are you having online regular meetings that the community can join? Is that how you've been functioning during the pandemic?
Yes. So as soon as in-person meetings, it became clear that they were not going to be practical, we moved to the Zoom platform. Interestingly, as I think we're all learning in every aspect of our lives, suddenly our membership quadrupled. A lot of people were not wanting to deal with, frankly, traffic and parking and things like that in Hollywood. So when we made it convenient for them, we had meetings with 200-300 people on Zoom regularly. This was especially true during May and June, when we hosted a lot of First Amendment activity in Hollywood. And that led to some unease about traffic flow, et cetera, among our community members. So we've moved to Zoom exclusively now, and we meet about every 4 weeks. What we're going to do as we're able to have in-person meetings now is we're going to combine them. So we're looking into several different ways to live stream our in-person meetings. So ultimately, we'd like to give members the choice. Would you like to come meet in person and get all the extra benefits you get there of the networking and the face-to-face contact? Or if it's more convenient for you, for whatever reason, we'll live stream that meeting so we can combine both. But right now, we're still exclusively online.
Very good. That's what I was going to ask as you move forward, because obviously you don't want to lose the connection you've made with all of those folks. Thank you, Captain. I saw Commissioner Soboroff, you had a question. Why don't you go ahead? You're on mute, Steve. Commissioner Soboroff, you're on mute.
Yeah. Can you open the screen up so we can see everybody? I can't.
Becky, Madam Secretary, could you take the PowerPoint down?
There we go. For Ferris. Hi. Why are you doing this? I mean, isn't it easier just to sit around and complain or call us up and swear at us? Why are you doing what you're doing?
This is home, my friend.
Go further. Why?
Well, you do what you can to protect your family, and the men and women in blue are the first line of defense. Our goal is to work with them, and we've been doing that for years. And that's why there is a culture of community-based policing in the Hollywood division.
I sincerely want to thank you for what you're doing. I know how much time it takes. I know how much energy it takes to be solution driven versus criticism or cussing vision. And I'd like to say that, that you're a huge standout in this, except you aren't. There are a number of people in these CPABs, and what these CPABs do, I don't know if they get the results that you do, because your results are phenomenal, your participation, etc. But you represent a group of people that we owe a great deal of debt and gratitude to, including all your neighbors and all the officers who work in the division. So I just want to thank you for what you're doing and not taking the easy way out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kalanche, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. That was really good. And I have a couple of follow-up questions for Captain and Mr. Wiebe. You talked about the badge volunteers. What does badge volunteer mean?
Oh, all I mean by that is that they've completed there's a small background check. Obviously, we want to make sure who we're bringing in, and that once they complete a background check in an application, which ultimately I and the department approve, they're out there in that white shirted uniform with the patch that says police volunteer. So we call that a fully badged volunteer because they have an ID badge and that patch, which is a really big deal to them and identifies them to us as someone who, for instance, will allow access to the station, et cetera.
Cool. And so what kind of activities would they engage in?
Yeah, all kinds of things. So we try and seek out what they're interested in. Two primary examples. There's a computer terminal center in our watch commander office, and this is true in all of our divisions, where the watch commander can keep track of sort of what the police officers are doing, who's calling for help in Hollywood, and sort of what calls are pending. And it's virtually a full-time job to manage that workflow in a busy division like Hollywood. So we'll train our more computer savvy volunteers to help with that. The watch commander might turn to them and say, hey, can you tell me what's going on with that traffic accident investigation on Hollywood Boulevard? And they're able to print that out or share it with them. The volunteers really like that job in particular because they're in the watch commander's office, which is kind of an exciting hub to see what's going on in the division. And then, for instance, we recently had a spate of car burglaries in one neighborhood in Hollywood. So we printed up some educational flyers for members of the community to try and help them not become a victim of an auto burglary or a grand theft auto. And our volunteers distributed over 500 of those flyers onto the windshields of cars in that targeted neighborhood. That's a great example of something they can do. They enjoy it. They're out, they meet members of the community and talk to them. It's really labor intensive and just something I couldn't have police officers necessarily do under the work tempo that they have here answering calls for service. As soon as they distributed those flyers, you saw those crime numbers go way down. So they see value in their work because it's measurable and it gets them out into the community. Someone walks up and says, oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm an LAPD volunteer. And of course, as I'm constantly preaching to them, I'm an LAPD volunteer. Have you thought about signing up? And that's become our sort of primary recruitment. So that's two examples. but we can find something for almost anybody's skill set that can help us become more efficient.
Right. That's great. You're an organizer. So I see such potential in this as we start thinking about more community-centered policing, more unarmed response. I think this could be the precursor to developing those types of programs where you're building the capacity of community to be involved in public safety. So I see this as a great opportunity for the department to learn and maybe track your success and hopefully duplicate this in other areas. So I thank you for that. I would love to come out and just see kind of how you're working with your volunteers.
Absolutely, always welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Wiebe, as well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Pretty soon, Captain, you may have Commissioner Calanche as a longstanding member of your CPAB.
Absolutely.
You've recruited already. Commissioners, I just want to advise you, Commissioner Briggs has been having some internet difficulties. He is present on the telephone at this point. Just in case you don't see his image, he is here and present. We've all been here been there during the pandemic with internet challenges. So unfortunately, it was his term today. Other questions, commissioners, before we let Commissioner Bonner, sir, your mic is open.
Yes, please. Just two questions, please, for either the captain or Mr. Wiebe. One thing I've observed in attending some of the CPAB meetings is you get a sense of what some of the very localized concerns are in the community. So in South Bureau, for example, recently there's been a lot of discussion about the various encampments that have cropped up either in residential neighborhoods or certain commercial locations. Can you give us a flavor of just broadly speaking what some of the top issues have been in discussion in the Hollywood CPAB is the first question.
Sure, I'll take that one. It's changed recently. So during the last year, probably a lot of it was about protests and First Amendment activity. We weren't as impacted as some other divisions in May and June, but of course people were concerned about safety during that short period where some of those protests became violent. So that was the topic they were looking for. But absent that flash moment, it's been homelessness, and homelessness. So some frustration, some inspiring stories, but that is the #1 public safety concern in Hollywood. And I'm in regular communication with the city council offices here, and it's also the #1 phone call that they're getting. So it has become a discussion on homelessness. And we have a pretty high level group, and we talk about society's struggle with homelessness. It's not why isn't LAPD helping us? So it's become a good place for people to explore those issues. But that Ferris, you think I'm honest if I'm saying that's 75% of what we talk about in these meetings?
It is, and lately, which is maybe a good sign, is we're getting complaints about the party houses. So that's another issue that we get complaints about.
Thank you. The other question, somewhat referenced in your comment, was as relative to the protests from last year. And one thing that I also observed more recently in connection with the lead up to the Chauvin verdict was a lot of effort in working with the community to try to mitigate the risk of any, not necessarily trying to dissuade people from being in the street if that's what they chose to do, but in terms of the impact and keeping that safe and so on. Can you talk a little bit about what, if any, of that engagement occurred leading up to try to prepare the Hollywood community for that, for the verdict?
Yeah, great question. So back in May and June, we did some of that and learned sort of as we were flying the plane. But of course, this time we knew to some degree when the verdict was imminent, or at least when it, we had a time frame where we thought of that. So yes, we communicated a lot. And I know all the divisions did at the direction of the chain of command about the importance of First Amendment discourse, about how Hollywood values that. We were proud to host over 50,000 twice during May and June with absolutely no issue. So our community, because it's Hollywood, is used to being a center of expression of ideas, all ideas. So we communicated a lot about sort of the rules and what is and isn't okay during those presentations. And then there's a separate group that were frankly just concerned that there would be public safety impact. And we reassured them by discussing the department's planning and staffing and what we were going to do to ensure quiet, whatever the verdict turned out to be. And of course, as we know, throughout Los Angeles, we were fortunate that there was no significant disruption. So yes, our CPAB members and even just the folks who jump on to our meetings are used to us preparing them for what's coming in Hollywood, whether it's tomorrow or next month. And the verdict was a real success story for us because we got a lot of compliments after the fact saying, hey, not only did it go well, Captain and Ferris, but we really appreciated you having us prepped for what might happen and what to expect. And when we've taken that to the point of even some legal education, we teach them about unlawful assemblies and the First Amendment and what is protected speech and what isn't. And they become a fairly sophisticated group legally, so they get it and they're appreciative of the outreach.
And the other thing is, in the last 2 years, especially during the pandemic, our outreach has grown tremendously. So on those calls, the Zoom calls, you have a lot of people who are presidents of their associations or their homeowners associations. So our information is disseminated widely to those folks that live and work in the Hollywood area.
Yeah, great point.
A quick follow-up, still on the same theme. I would imagine, and based on what you're also reporting, that a fair amount of the conversation would be about whether it's the homeowner or the resident or the business owner or others in the community who are looking for assurances on how to be prepared and so on and so forth. The other potential value of that type of engagement is to be in conversations with those who may in fact be intending to protest or to be involved in some of the protest activity, and potentially with the goal of working with them to encourage that it be done safely and peacefully, and to understand some of the rules of engagement that may come into play and things of that nature. Does any of that type of conversation take place in the CPAB platform? Again, I'm focused on the question of, I can imagine, and I've seen in my attendance, the cadre of participants who are there to express concerns for the good of the community and for their interests and so on. But I'm thinking again in terms of whether this is a platform that touches it all on those who have a dissenting voice or a dissenting view. Is the CPAB process suitable for that kind of dialogue?
Yeah, it certainly is. Although your point is well made. I mean, the crowd certainly skews towards supportive of the police. I think that's who generally seeks us out. But yes, a great example is there's an organization called Create the Change. It's run by a gentleman named Kevin Welbeck. He's become a personal friend of both mine and Captain Bixler's. He frequents our meeting and leads large demonstrations, often critical of the police in Hollywood. And we're on speed dial with each other because of that CPAB relationship. There's never been an issue at one of his marches. Both Captain Bixler and Captain Williams before him and I have marched with him in some of these events. And again, because of Ferris's leadership and the size of this organization now, it's easy for us to point to CPAB as the umbrella where all of those relationships can begin. Now, all of our communication doesn't take place there, but it's where folks can feel comfortable to come forward with those views and always expressed respectfully and professionally. But yeah, absolutely. Those views are wide and varied at virtually every meeting.
Sure, appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Briggs previously indicated he had no questions, but he thanks you for your presentation today, as well as do we all. Thank you very much for coming forward today and for sharing with us what's going on in Hollywood.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll proceed on our agenda to item 3B, which is the presentation on the CSP Bureau and their activities. And I believe Chief Tinglerides is joining us today, Madam Secretary. And we'll give that a moment to bring, here we go. Here's the Deputy Chief coming up now. Chief Tinglerides, I believe you're on the panel now. If you could open your mic and your camera. And it looks like you've also brought a guest. Pastor Hernandez, welcome. It looks like there are a few guests, so I'll wait till everybody's joined the panel and turn it over to Chief Tinglerides as soon as she is ready. Deputy Chief Tinglerides, are you there, ma'am? We don't see you yet, Deputy Chief Tinglerides. If you could open your microphone and your camera, unless you're having technical difficulties, in which case I would have no way of knowing. There we go.
Hi, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Are you able to see us?
We can see you, and now we can hear you as well. I see you've brought some guests, so I'm going to turn it over to you now, Deputy Chief. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I would like to start off by just advising you that those of us in this room with me have been vaccinated that are joining me today. So I wanted to make that clear to you all. I'm going to be presenting today at your request on an update with the Community Safety Partnership Bureau. And we have some community guests from our Community Safety Advisory Councils that should have also joined us.
It looks like they're all here, but I don't know exactly who you invited, but I see Pastor Hernandez, Renee Baez, welcome. Clearly I need new glasses because I can't read everybody's names on their screen. It looks like Benavides, sir, welcome. And I believe, oh, Chica Caldwell is also on the line. That's who we have present on the panel. Did I miss anyone? I think that's it.
No, ma'am, that's perfect. And with that, I'm going to begin. And thank you so much, community members, for joining us. I first wanted to start off, we are 1 year into the stand-up of the Community Safety Partnership Bureau. And just to remind you, commissioners, that we still report directly to the Chief of Police. Our CSP sites are 10 neighborhood engagement areas. We do have a total of 110 officers total assigned to the Bureau. 10 of them are supervisors and sergeants, and 100 officers that are working in our neighborhood engagement areas. We have a total of 50,000 community members residing in our CSP neighborhood engagement areas. The primary components that our CSP teams work in conjunction with the community is public safety, our community engagement component, wraparound programming, enhancing and building on our community capacity, which you will hear about later on in this presentation, and a real emphasis on our safe passages for our public spaces, parks, libraries, and schools. Today, what you're going to expect from this presentation, one, is to hear from our Community Safety Council CSAC members who are here to get feedback from them. Also, we're going to discuss the metrics and what metrics we're utilizing to go beyond crime. And then lastly, we're going to discuss what we've already implemented and where we plan on going over the next 2 years. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Joel Lopez, who will talk about our Community Safety Advisory Councils and the implementation of our site safety plans.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chief. I will be providing a quick update on our Community Safety Advisory Council that we introduced at the last presentation a while back. And as you remember, the Community Safety Advisory Councils are what we call CSACs, are a major recommendation of the UCLA study, one of the 45 recommendations. Even though we call them a council, they're really more of a working group. They're a collaborative council that meets at each site. We have 10 of them right now. There are representatives from residents, institutional partners, and community-based organizations, as well as other government agencies like HACLA, City Attorney's Office, the Mayor's Office is also participating in a few of them. So we have this really vast group of folks that have come together at each one of our CSP engagement areas to join our councils. As of today, we have over 200 folks that are part of our councils. When we did our initial orientation meeting, we had over 135 folks who attended that big Zoom session to inquire about the councils and to get an overview of our vision for what these councils would be like. Today, we're averaging about 15 to 20 participants at each one of our council meetings. And we're meeting once a month, 10 meetings a month. And those are coordinated by a CSPB Sergeant Monique Valenzuela, who has been working with the chairs of each one of those councils. When we were creating the format for this, we decided to reach out to the different council offices for each one of our CSP engagement areas and ask them to appoint one of their staff members to be the initial council chair. So that way they could guide these meetings. And because they also are really the nexus to city services for their specific regions. As we move forward with these meetings, we also are working on building capacity and having residents, community stakeholders, members begin to co-chair and begin to take leadership positions within these CSACs by forming subcommittees to address specific concerns, to address specific issues that are being raised that we're working on in these CSACs. The CSAC will identify and address, like I said, the fundamental needs and safety issues within their communities. They will address each issue in a shared partnership to meet measurable outcomes as documented within the site's unique strategic safety plan. So these CSACs will convene to work on each site's strategic safety plan, what we will call SSP, over the course of the next year or so. As I mentioned, we have all these different groups, these different entities that are working together in our CSACs. And what's really unique about this is that we wanted to make sure that these meetings were different. We went to all the RAC meetings, we went to the neighborhood council meetings, Los Angeles Task Force. We're a part of all of those meetings. Our membership are a part of all those meetings. But the CSAC is very different because it's really a work group. When we were recruiting, when we were talking about the framework of it, we wanted to make it into very much like a college course, if you will, with an agenda at every meeting, with workbook that we created, with some exercises to really kind of help guide the work towards that SSP. One of the things that we wanted to do initially when we brought these folks together is recognizing that a lot of folks, even though they live together as residents, agencies work side by side in our community engagement areas, they didn't necessarily plan or work together or collaborate together in the past. So this is the very first time that you bring agencies, that you bring partners that have been working together in an area for a long time, and that they're now sitting at one table, planning the calendar, talking about what the needs of the community are, identifying the resources, and really building towards the site safety plan that we want to create for each one of the sites. One of the initial things that we wanted to do was to create trust and understanding amongst the residents, the nonprofits, the agencies that are a part of our CSACs. And so we created some exercises like defining common terms, where we talked about safety and what safety means to the different folks that are part of the council and that also represent different segments of the community. We talked about trust. We talked about perceptions of safety. What does it mean to you to be safe? What is your perception of safety versus what it may mean to somebody else who lives on the other side of the engagement area or the other side of the development or whatnot? We've also done SWOT analysis in our meetings to really just look at an overview of resources and programs. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So all these different guided exercises to make sure that we're able to stay on track towards this SSP and that we're very deliberate and very academic in the work that we're doing as part of this work group. Additionally, we also meet with the chairs every month to do kind of a check-in, to set the agenda for the following month, to address anything that might have come up in the meeting, to really look at best practices across our CSACs and to support the chairs of the CSACs. Again, those meetings are coordinated by our Sergeant Monique Valenzuela, who also was a team leader in Ramona Gardens of the CSP team there, and did a fantastic job with community engagement, bringing the community together to work with CSP, working with the partnerships there, and really creating an environment of shared responsibility. And so she is now our coordinator here at the Bureau, overseeing those. Some of the challenges that we have faced as we continue to build up these CSACs. We are about to begin our 5th series of meetings. We're going into our 5th month. Residents' fear of public speaking and retaliation. One of the concerns that we keep hearing from residents is that they're afraid to be in a public forum or working in a public group because of fear of retaliation, fear of the community reprisals that may come from them working with law enforcement. So that continues to be something that we continue to work through. Trust building within the group, which kind of goes back to that first issue of fear of public speaking or fear of retaliation. Certainly in the COVID world, Zoom camera, being on the Zoom camera, the technology, it's something that we continue to work with our residents, and we continue to work with the stakeholders to continue to expand these meetings via Zoom. Certainly hoping that once we're able to meet in person, once the guidelines allow for that, that we'll be able to bring in more residents to our meetings, be more purposeful in our meetings, and really have that touch point that happens when you meet live and when you work together in a live setting. And then also, right now, we're still building a lot of capacity for some of these CSACs. So there's still a kind of a leaning on CSP to do a lot of the work, but we continue to work on building the capacity. We are going to enlist the help of UPI, Urban Peace Institute, who has really been a leader over the last few decades with GRID, with intervention work. They really are the experts in terms of violence intervention strategies. So they're going to work with us to continue to build that capacity for our CSP teams. And I will be talking about the SSP, the Site Strategic Plan, a little bit later in the presentation. But for right now, what I want to do is I want to introduce some of our guest speakers that we've invited today to talk about their work in our CSACs and some of their observations. The first one is going to be Isaiah Benavides from Council District 8. He is a part of the Harbor Park CSAC, and Harbor Park was the first CSP that was developed outside of the Housing Authority. So his experiences are very unique, and they had a steering committee over there that we really kind of modeled our CSACs after. Then we're going to have Laiza Caldwell, as known as Chica in the community, who's a member of the Nickerson Garden CSAC, and she is the first resident chair of our CSAC. So she's taken on that leadership role now. She represents CD15. And then we have principal of Holmes Elementary, Holmes Elementary, out of the Pueblo del Rio CSP site. So with that, Mr. Benavides.
Thank you, Joe. Can folks hear me okay? Perfect. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here and speak on CSP because we feel it's had just a tremendous impact in the Harbor Park area, and we continue to reap the benefits of a very intentional approach to community-based and relationship-based policing. Like Joe said, we're in a very unique position of being one of 2 sites now that are based outside of a housing development and in a park, but I think the goal was the same, and the results have been very encouraging. We were very committed to replicating that success in the district. And along with Chief Tingarides and her team at that time when we started, we looked at Harbor Park and the violent spree it had experienced. And we looked around at all of the assets in the area, from the schools, churches, neighborhood councils, and of course the park, which had a very good facility. And you see an opportunity to really rally folks and build a village. I think folks had their own sense of community, but there was an opportunity to start having a way more intentional conversation. And so as we're conducting our outreach, we're door knocking, we're having meetings at 6 p.m., we're bringing coffee and sweet bread, and every single person in the room knew crime was an issue. But the one thing most people will tell you, and this is true across a lot of communities like South LA, is that no one had come to their door to talk about it. And so we thought it was important for us to create that space in multiple forms to engage with folks. And I think above all, that's what makes the CSP and the CSAC so special, is you give people access and you make it a participatory environment. and you let them tell you not just what the issues are, but they help you come up with the solutions. And so I think, and there's still the task of bridging the gap between the community and law enforcement, because some folks don't know who to trust. And so early on, it had to come with a very explicit acknowledgement that the gap existed and that we needed to be better as a city. And I think that's the only way we could convince folks that this was a different program and not just another LAPD program. And so credit to the chief and all of the officers that have been a part of this since the first community meeting. They understood that their most important function was going to be the ability to listen and be empathetic to a community that had endured decades of neglect and trauma. And now that's a lot to ask of LAPD, and it certainly shouldn't be just the department's role to do this. And I think that was a point as a council office and as a community where you see the opportunity to buy in. You see the vision to create a collaborative environment where residents can work with the city to decrease crime and homicides, while at the same time decreasing the number of arrests and not criminalizing our youth, our Black and brown youth in these neighborhoods. And I think that's the key part. And we're not suggesting that it's perfect, but it was really important that in every public safety effort, we were building and strengthening positive community relations. And it's really hard to do that with handcuffs. And so I think the creation of the CSAC is important because it speaks to that commitment that CSP shouldn't be just another excuse for LAPD to occupy a community, because folks have had enough of that. And crime isn't just a law enforcement problem, it's a public safety problem, and never going to be solved simply by putting officers in the park. And so I think public safety is everything from providing city services, cleaning trash, graffiti, making sure our roads are safe, and making sure we're creating safe public spaces like our parks that are being activated robustly, and that folks feel that they can keep their families here. And I can't emphasize that part enough, the importance of the programming, because it's not just checkers and tossing a football, it's allowing folks the space to come together as a community, right? And so I think moving forward, it's important to note that this is a growing experience for everyone, not limited to just the officers, but to our community partners. Healing and building trust takes time. It's something you can't rush. I think we'd rather be slower and get this right than do something that isn't authentically by the community. And we also can't expect a single strategy to work for everyone. I think the officers that I've had the privilege to work with over the last 4 years have done a tremendous job. And I think a lot of that is their position to play a different and much more significant role than just patrol. They focus on relationships with their residents, they look out for the neighborhood kids, and they ask questions first, right? And so, but again, as great as the job they do, we also know that we have to get to a point where all of this community building and engagement can happen without an officer in the room. I think we have to remain committed to the principle of shared responsibility and seeing each other as equal partners. And I think in order to do that, we have to make sure our partners in this, our interventionists, our community-based organizations have tools and the capacity they need to succeed. And so to that point, you'll hear next from, the first community member to chair a CSAC site and a proud representative of her community, Ms. Chica Caldwell.
Thank you, Isaiah. I certainly appreciate that. I think that we are going to actually pivot right now. I believe that Ms. Chica Caldwell is having some technical problems right now and is trying to call in. But we also have a
By the way, it looks like she's connected and her microphone's open, I believe.
Okay. Chica, are you there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? I was having problems. I had to switch from one device to another.
Yes, we can hear you.
Glad to have you, Chica.
Hey, I didn't hear the question because I had to switch while you guys were talking.
We just wanted you to talk about your experience with working with the CSACs, your experience. You're a community member that's been really involved at Nickerson, at least in my experience over the last 10 years that I've worked with you when I was at the Housing Authority. I know you were a part of the RAC. I know that you've worked with GRID. You've worked with a lot of folks. If you can speak to your experience with the CSACs as being a chair.
Okay. First off, I want to thank the CSP officers. They do a good job in our development. The CSAC, of course, I was appointed chair. I want to thank everybody who appointed me a chair to represent the Nickerson Gardens and be a part of the committee. So far with the committee, we have been doing well with bringing the community together. And I heard from a few other peoples about the CHP officers just playing checkers. The CHP officers here in the Nickerson Gardens have built a relationship with different residents. And I'm proud to say that I'm happy to have them in our community because they do make a difference in our community, because sometimes people, hate to see change, but I like the fact that they in here, the kids have the opportunity to engage, say with the CHP officers. There is some officers in here that's really, really respected, here in our community. And as we build in, the CSAC, we're gonna get more members on so we can really build the relationship, with the community, what I'm saying? But as we build the relationship with the CSAC as well, the community is building a relationship with each other as well. And that's a good event. When we had a few incidents in the community, we had the trauma scene, hands-on. Mr. Bill was out, hands-on, boots on the ground with Officer Tarigli, had boots on the ground, asking the community what they need, what concerns were there. We appreciate them, from doing that. We have Joe Lopez that also keep up with the good reports that he bring every month to the meeting. And as far as the handbook, I like it because for the simple fact, we are able to document stuff down that the resident have concerns about and different issues. And we are able to talk out those concerns with the issues and work it out. So we can also have a better community here in the Nickerson Gardens. So as we build in the CSAC, we get in more members. We are working with the RACs for the Nickerson Gardens from the Imperial in Jordan and Gonzaga as well. And I believe was, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, is it Avalon Gardens as well?
Yes, that is correct. We have a CSAC.
With the CSAC. So we are building it here. Then also I have the opportunity to do gang prevention, here in our development as well. So I'm hands-on in the community as well with the CIWs and our ambassadors that we have located here in the Nickerson Gardens. And I'm contacted with Imperial Courts as well.
Great, fantastic. Thank you, Shika. Thank you for coming on board. I'm sorry about some of the issues that you were having, but we're so glad that you were on here to really provide that resident perspective from somebody who's been a really an outstanding leader as a resident in that community. I believe we also have another guest. I know it's Pastor Jose, the amazing work that he's done in Watts through his church, especially during COVID. Pastor Jose, are you on?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to first take a moment to say, wow, sitting through this meeting and everybody cussing up a storm and telling the commissioners and especially you, the chief of police, Chief Moore, man, I got to give it to you, sir. I can't believe that, these people are talking to you like that. And you just like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I just had to get that off my chest. All of you other gentlemen and ladies who are on here, I just take my hat off to you because you guys have a very difficult job. So first of all, do the other people who were on before, are they hearing this right now? Are they able to?
They may be logged in.
Okay.
It looks like our attendance has not gone down, but of course, as an individual, they're free to log out at any time.
Okay, so I want to say this, and I want to address, or I want to say what I'm saying, because I just came on, I didn't know really what to expect, but I wanted to address this commission and whoever is listening, and this is, I'm addressing this as an immigrant, as an ex-criminal, as a Purepecha Indian, as an ex-gang member, and as a pastor. So I have a really unique job of building relationships in the community. Now, 2 years ago, and Chica, you probably knew this young man, about 18 years old. His name was Maurice. And he was murdered next to his girlfriend, like just steps away from his mom's home. Now I got to sit with Miss Jackie, his mother, and help them plan out their funeral. And I promise you that I would have wished that that would have been the only and last experience I would have ever had to talk to a mom who has just lost her son. But unfortunately, this past week, here I am sitting with another mother who lost her 18-year-old son, Christopher. And honestly, last time I went into a depression, I wasn't really, feeling it. And so when people come on here and talk about accountability and talk about the police, like, I know for a fact that as a Christian, we're not perfect. And if we're not perfect, nobody else is perfect. Nobody's perfect. The police is not perfect, but I know, and I work along so many men and women who I know are doing their very best with what they have. And so for me to sit here and hear this, it's just like, to all these people that are criticizing you guys, like, I wish that you would come to the Nickerson Gardens where I do stuff every single week, or to Imperial Courts, or to the Jordan Downs. And I would love for you to get into somebody's face and cuss them out about all the people that are dying in their community by their own people, and see what kind of a reaction you would get. You won't do that, huh? Because you have professionals on this line who will not retaliate in any sort of way, and who are doing their very best with what they have. I mean, come on. I've done the simulator at Southeast, and people sit here and it's like, well, why don't you shoot them in a finger, or shoot the gun out of their hand, and this and that. It's like, really? It's a split second. So anyway, accountability. Hey, where's the outrage when people are dying every single day in South Central LA, Watts, Compton, Inglewood? Come on down, please. I will. We have May the 30th. We were going to do a huge prayer rally at the Nickerson Gardens because we want to pray peace for our community. CSPB, Community Safety Partnership Bureau. When I met Deputy Chief Tangariti, she was a captain. Actually, she was a sergeant about 10 years ago. And I remember just working alongside of her and just the big plans and aspirations that she had. And I've seen a lot of things come to fruition. I've been there for 10 years developing relationships in a community that I grew up in. I grew up on 108th and Central. I went to Compton Elementary, to Markham Junior High, and to Jordan. And let me tell you something. If I could get away with the stuff that people are getting away with in our community now, I mean, I would be probably a millionaire, because it's crazy. Yes, there needs to be, I believe, like anything, I've read From Good to Great, and maybe some of you have read that book. I know that we can go from good to great. I know that I work for, and I know that some of you who know me don't know that I actually had a corporate career, but I also knew that we were always improving on what we did. And so we can improve. But people, man, if criticizing is what you're going to do and cuss out Chief Moore and everybody else, then you're not getting it. You're doing it wrong. Come out to the communities. Come out and do the work. Come out and see that these officers, these officers sometimes literally take money out of their own pocket to buy these kids shoes, to buy them a meal, to buy them pencils and paper because they don't have it. Let me tell you something. Last year, I brought approximately 400,000 pounds of food into Gunzac Village, approximately. It actually, I think it's more. HACLA, CSPB, the city, nobody gave me any money except some officers who gave me money for gas. We started by buying beans and rice and eggs in the beginning of the pandemic in March. And that grew into where somebody gave me a van. And by December, God had blessed it so tremendously that I had to buy a box truck. And now I have to upgrade it because it just doesn't fit the capacity. But you know who was always there? Community Safety Partnership, making sure that the families were getting fed, making sure that we can unload all this amount of food, making sure that, and again, these are some of the officers who out of their own pocket said, here's some money, buy whatever you need, put gas on the truck, whatever. And so for all these people that are criticizing, you know, these efforts, they're efforts. We're never going to be perfect. I mean, we're not. We're just not. And so you know, I salute you, Chief Moore, the commission, the people that I work with, like Joe Lopez and Chief Deputy Chief Tangarides, of course, Captain Billy Brockway, and all the other officers that we work with. You know, Chica, who's out there in the hood, like putting in real work, being on the front lines, like that's real. And so what I could say is that we definitely need improvement, but we definitely need more money. And I want to say one thing, and then, you know, please feel free to ask me any questions. But unfortunately, I think for a long time in a community like Watts, I grew up in Watts in the early 80s. I think that unfortunately, we've never really fixed a lot of the problems and only have worked on the symptoms. And because of it, you have somebody like, or an organization like CSPB, who are actually filling in the gap. I mean, some of these officers who are running like Watts Skills Academy and the Watts Rams and Nick's Kids and all these different programs, they are being fathers to the fatherless, and they are being mothers to the motherless. You know, and so where a culture where everything goes and everything is cool, and you know, kids are being dropped off at school and a puff of weed smoke comes out of the car, and the kids are expected to perform in half intoxicated, probably slept on the floor, don't have clean clothes, definitely didn't have breakfast. These men, these officers, these women, they're doing the very best that they can, and I commend every single one of them for doing that. Because let me tell you something, with some of the educations that they have, they could just quit and go get a better job somewhere else and get paid way more and not have to take all this crap from people. I mean, I'm sorry, but, you know, without these men and women, without, you know, you who are on this call right now, Chica and I, you know, I mean, we might as well hang up our hat and go do something else, because it ain't going to get better. It's only going to get worse. So that's all I got to say. I'm sorry.
Yes, Jose, thank you for your kind words about CSP and for really your honesty about the community and really the efforts of folks and the challenges that you see out there in the community. Thank you for your service to the Watts community and everything you do, and certainly during COVID and food insecurity, what you did was tremendous. I was out there a few times, and it's amazing. Thank you. We also have one more guest speaker that we've invited, Principal Renee Baez, who is a principal for Holmes Elementary, which is adjacent to our Pueblo del Rio CSP site. Principal, are you there?
Yes, I am. Just to begin with, thank you for allowing me to say a few words to the Police Commission and Chief Moore regarding our youth and the work CSAC aims to achieve. Now, my name is Renee Baez, and I'm currently the principal of Holmes Avenue Elementary School. Now, Holmes Avenue is located in the Pueblo del Rio housing development in the Centra Alameda corridor. Now, I've had the opportunity to work closely with CSP officers for the past 4 years. Now, the CSP program has offered many opportunities for our students and families in the Pueblos to make lasting connections and friendships, especially with the officers and our school staff. Now, they provide what we call beyond the bell programs, which means that after the bell rings at schools, children tend to, after school programs, they could stay at our school, or officers have actually taken children to enrichment, to do things with them in various locations. Now, this year, I've had the opportunity to be part of the Community Safety Advisory Council, known as CSAC, and I participated in these meetings. Now, these meetings have given me the opportunity to meet with and speak with service providers, which normally I wouldn't have access to. Now, it's a good forum to give voice to various representatives and partners, advocating not only for the safety of children and their well-being, but also for their social emotional growth. You know, I'm new to the council and had opportunities to share my thoughts and ideas of the importance of providing children safety and mental well-being. Now, as I said, these are vital gatherings that bring together individuals who basically share the same goals to help the youth in our communities. And I think that to continue having CSAC and gathering together, put our heads together, come up with good programs for our children to teach them civics, to just provide wraparound services, as I've heard, are, I think, essential and necessary. Once again, I just have a few words, and I would like to thank you once again for just the opportunity to say these few words to the Police Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Baez. Certainly appreciate it. So as you see from our just vast array of speakers, I want to thank Isaiah Benavides from Harvard Park, Chica Caldwell from Nickerson Garden CSAC, Principal Baez from the Pueblo CSAC, and then Pastor Jose, who's on several of our CSACs in the Watts communities, as he really works with all the developments there, Avalon, Gonzac, Jordan Downs, Imperial, and Nickerson Gardens. So the CSACs that you see from the membership that is here is really dynamic and represents what we hope is kind of a touch point for the vastness of what the community is and really what the challenges that each one of our CSP sites has. They're very unique. And so the CSACs are working, as I've mentioned previously, on the strategic safety plan, which is also another one of the UCLA recommendations, that each site develop a safety plan that really guide and be the roadmap for community input, how community in partnership with CSP, LAPD, and with the other governmental agencies come together to really do a shared responsibility approach to increasing safety, increasing trust in these communities. The strategic safety plan will also be used to reimagine our community engagement and really CSP's CompStat process moving forward. That's what makes these meetings unique. Like I mentioned earlier, and I joked around at some of the meetings, that this is a college class with the syllabus that has required reading, which is the workbook that we put together that Chica mentioned, that captures the engagement that happens and the process and really documents the efforts of every meeting and provides these exercises to kind of keep us on track. And it focuses on CSP's 5 core components, which Chief Timberese talked about at the beginning. It's a living document that captures necessary activities, initiatives, and partnerships to achieve public safety, guided by the core components that I just mentioned, and it's chaired by the City Council designees. Again, having a City Council chair these committees in partnership with CSP is very important, as they are the nexus to bring in city services, governmental services, into those CSP engagement areas. Each CSAC will create its own strategic safety plan unique to that specific CSP site, ensures positive responsibility and actionable outcomes, and establishes a basis for measurements of effectiveness. And like I mentioned, will serve as a roadmap for effective partnership between LAPD and community moving forward. UPI, again, is an important partner for us. They're going to provide the technical assistance. They're going to administer surveys when we get to that point in the CSAC to really measure community sentiment, to make sure that we really have a touch point with as much of the community as possible. RID is also a part of these CSACs, and they do a report out every CSAC meeting on their efforts. PACLA does a report out. We'll be doing a report out. So will CSP. So the agencies that are a part of our CSACs do a reporting out and a sharing of information. So with that, thank you.
Yes, and thank you, commissioners. I know this is rather lengthy, and we've done a lot in the past almost 12 months. So I don't know if we want to take a pause and ask if there are any questions. I wanted to go over operationally what our captains are doing to engage and ensure that this model goes beyond the CSP Bureau, and then talk a little bit about the surveys and the metrics outside of the crime picture. There's been a lot of discussion today about thoughts and trust and feelings and the reality of living in these communities, and how do we measure that? And we have to measure that beyond our stats and our crime numbers, although we have continually seen a decrease in our violent crime in our neighborhood engagement areas within our CSP sites. So with that, commissioners, do you want to take a pause and ask some questions prior
Chief,
to our,
yeah,
yes.
Chief, I'd rather you finish the presentation and then go to questions. Do you have an estimate of the, because we do have a lengthy agenda, but this is extremely important. So I just want to be able to manage the time and subsequent matters we have to deal with. Do you have an approximate time for the remainder of your presentation?
I can get done in 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, and by the way, Chief, again, this is very important. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm trying to manage the time. So please do your presentation and then we'll get to questions. But it's just good for us to know what you're thinking. So commissioners, please think about the questions you'd like to ask so that we'll jump right into it when the presentation's done. Thank you. Chief Tinourides, go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. So I want to talk a little bit about how we're going to assess this engagement, utilizing this public health approach to looking at the root causes of crime and social ills in our community. So the UCLA recommendation that was done stated this type of engagement works. And we're now looking at how do we know that it works and what tools can we implement to continually assess what we're doing in these communities and then adjust because the communities are so dynamic. So some of the things that we're looking at and we're implementing is utilizing longitudinal evaluations, community sentiment surveys. Over the next few months, we will be doing an assessment community survey at all 10 of our CSP sites. We will be doing 100 individuals per site. And we're hoping to take back that information and implement that into our site safety plans, as well as when we reimagine our CompStat process, utilizing that information for our community-based evaluations, where we're not necessarily looking at our crime numbers, but we have a shared responsibility and accountability for all of our community partners as we address the public safety in our neighborhood engagement areas. We'll also be utilizing our informal and formal community meetings, as well as our daily activity logs. I know the last time we met, Commissioner Calancho was asking about our daily activity logs. Each CSP team completes a CSP operational public safety log. This log really is utilized for the captains and lieutenants to account for the time and what the officers and what engagement they're doing in our CSP sites. This activities log is really just a 2-week view of what our CSP teams do. We capture it on a 4-week basis, and the teams also submit a monthly activities log. We are hoping that some of the engagement areas that we capture on here change. This is just a base of what we're capturing now. However, once the community surveys come back, the site safety plans are done, we'll reevaluate this log and what we're capturing, and then add that into our new community-based evaluation portion of looking at the effectiveness of what we're doing in the community. I wanted Captain Espinoza and Captain Brockway to talk a little bit about what they're doing operationally to integrate some of the components of CSP into our department as it relates to engagement, grid, working with Metro, working with the gang units and the patrol units at each of our divisions. And with that, I'll hand it over to Captain Espinoza.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, Madam President, Commissioners, Inspector General, Chief Moore. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll try to be brief. I'm Captain Giselle Espinoza, and I oversee the Operations Valley Bureau and Operations Central Bureau CSP sites. My partner sitting to my right, he oversees South Bureau, and he will get a chance to speak in a minute. So basically, I was asked to present on what we are doing as commanding officers to institutionalize the CSP policing philosophy or model into our home divisions and hopefully the department. One of the first and foremost, we do so by leadership, leading from the front, I am present at all the sites on a daily basis. We also hold our officers accountable through what the chief just said. Their reporting, their daily, weekly, and monthly logs, and things of that sort. But one of the major components of our communication with the area commands is us having day-to-day conversations with the commanding officers of the home divisions. We participate in the CSOC calls on a daily basis as well. We participate in the Community Police Advisory Board meetings, the neighborhood council meetings. We attend roll calls, and we meet with their specialized units as well. It's a little bit easier to share our philosophy and our thoughts with our specialized units because they're not guided by the radio. So I want you to keep in mind our 5 components of public safety, community engagement, wraparound programming, safe passages, and enhanced community capacity, because everything we do has those 5 components as a backdrop. So I want to share a quick story with you guys about some work that was done specifically in the Pueblo del Rio housing development, and how the coordination with Newton Division was flawless, and how they are really starting to see what the effectiveness of CSP is in the communities. We recently had 3 days, consequent days of hood days, with one of the most violent gangs in Newton Division. It was very laborious. It was, if I could say, very expensive. We had a lot of resources there, but we also had an unprecedented number and amount of support from our external partners like GRID, HACLA, our clergy council. We had several of our RAC members that were all hands on deck to make sure that those 3 days went without a hitch, that went smoothly. Some of the relationships that we built during those last 3 days are going to be lasting relationships that I think is going to impact not only the quality of life in the Pueblo del Rio community, but also continue with the reduction in crime. So that's just one of the many examples, and I'll keep it short because I know we're running late on time. But we do talk to the specialized units, which is very important to me, specifically the gang units. I believe that gang units and CSP officers go hand in hand in their respective area of expertise. We are really trying to model the behavior of a CSP officer through our interactions, not only with our subordinates, but me with my counterparts, other command officers. We talk about what we do and why we do it with respect to the 5 components. We invite them to our activities. We invite them to our, for example, our GRID calls. We have GRID component phone calls and through Zoom every week and every month to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we're all working towards the same mission, which is to take care of our communities and to be of service and to create community leaders within our community so that we are not doing all the work ourselves. I have the luxury of working with Captain Stabile in Hollenbeck, Captain Baez in Newton, and Captain Johnny Smith in Foothill Division. So we all know the importance of making sure that our officers don't see CSP as just a program that's going to go away, but more as a way of life, as a way of policing in a more effective manner, using our community as a partner. It's a shared responsibility, and we convey that through our conversations on a daily basis. We are very active and engaged, and I think that's part of the reason why we have been so successful. They see their captains out there on a daily basis. No Zoom call is not important, and no task is too small for us. So we're all hands on deck. We motivate our officers and help them balance their jobs with the anti-police narrative that we sometimes face. And I do want to say that our communities really, really appreciate the work of CSP. The people that work with us actually live in these communities. So they speak from the heart because they know the work we do every day. I truly do believe that we're changing the world, we're changing the department, and we're changing the way police officers see public safety. So with that, I'll pass it on to Billy.
Thanks, Giselle. Giselle hit on pretty much every single topic that we'd like to discuss, or I'd like to discuss, but I wanted to discuss a little further how we implement it on a daily basis in the field. The structure that we have in place, the meetings that we have, but it's the relationships that are being built on a daily basis. It's walking a footbeat, having a conversation, not only with our peers within the department, but with the community. I've been a firm believer in saying that over the years in law enforcement, we treated the symptoms of broken homes, domestic violence, substance abuse, gang violence, but it's really to understand the causes, the root causes. And it was mentioned earlier, and thank you for all the members for our CSACs who spoke today. It's really understanding those causes and getting into those discussions, those frank discussions, not only with CSP officers, but all officers. The meetings that we have with our gang reduction youth development program, our intervention, our prevention, our diversion. It's incredibly important for us to be in a position to affect change on a daily basis. One contact can make a difference. One conversation can change a life. And that's what I swear, and we swear, everyone here, is that when we do have conflict, when we do have controversy, we have to have conversation. We have to have dialogue. And sometimes it's active listening. Sometimes it's, as Pastor Jose said today, just having that conversation is incredibly, incredibly important. And I just want to share one quick story. I have an older 82-year-old mother, and we're constantly learning something every day. And she was mentioning a story about my grandfather. And during that conversation about my grandfather, she kept telling me the story. And I said, "You've never told me the story before." And she said, "That's your problem, Billy. You're listening to me, but you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me, but you're listening. You need to do both." And within CSP and with the community and the collaboration that we have, we're listening, we're hearing, we're having that conversation to affect change, to make things in a community a better place. Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Luke Kalancha, I know we've had the opportunity to walk a footbeat together. I know we've been in a Harvard Park together. And one of the things that a community member had said one day to us is, when law enforcement was at a scene, we knew something bad had happened. That was in the past. When CSP and LAPD, when we're responding now, we know the community is safe. And having the community come out to play a sport, to have a conversation, to mentor, to train, to teach. And those are the opportunities that we ensure that we act and react as quickly as we possibly can. That's why the structure that we have with the meetings is so important, and the collaboration of the community as a whole, just to make everything safer. So with that, I thank everybody who's on this call. Invite everybody. You ever want to walk a footbeat with us down in the South End or anywhere within CSP, we're here for you 24/7. And I thank you for your time. Chief, back to you.
Thank you, Billy. I want to add, there's a lot of discussion today about engagement and interaction and footbeats. And by no means does that mean that CSP officers, they're still responding to radio calls. They're still responding to calls for service. They're still making arrests when they need to. They're still engaging with public safety and addressing crime and social ills in our communities. What's so effective about this program and different from the regular patrol officer is the officers have the time to commit to these communities for a 5-year period. And the radio calls and some of the incidents that occur within those neighborhood engagement areas, the CSP teams handle. So that gives the division an opportunity to address other concerns outside of these neighborhood engagement areas. So the radio calls, the arrests, the foot pursuits, multiple guns have been taken into custody by CSP officers. We had 3 homicides in Nickerson Gardens within the past 2 weeks where individuals from the community identified the suspects. We coordinated with South Bureau Homicide. So there's still police work that needs to be done. These communities were selected because of propensity for violence and the lack of relationship with law enforcement. And the fact that the CSP officers can build those relationships, utilize those relationships to address the public safety, but also build trust and do it through a truth and reconciliation process is really what this program is all about. What comes next? We're going to finish the site safety plans and the exercises, and we're hoping in the first quarter of next year, we have those workbooks published. And then in 2022, we're hoping to have our first community-based evaluation rather than a CompStat for our Bureau, where we bring in our CSACs, our community partners, and our CSP teams to evaluate the accomplishments that we have either achieved or not achieved based off the site safety plans and the community feedback that we receive. So we look forward to that process. This is a slow process. It takes time to build relationships. It takes time to build that trust. But within the past 11, 12 months, we've accomplished a lot, and we're looking forward to continually accomplishing the 45 recommendations from the UCLA study. And commissioners, that concludes our CSPB update.
Well, Chief Tinglerides, everybody at the Bureau, thank you so much for presenting an organized presentation to us. But most importantly, I'd like to thank Pastor Hernandez, Mr. Benavides, Principal Baez, and Ms. Caldwell. I'm so glad you made it back, because I wanted to ensure you heard my profound thanks for you all coming out today. It's so important to hear how any program is actually working in the communities that it's intended to serve, and whether it's having the impact intended. And your presentations today helped very much with that. Before I open it to commissioner questions, I should ask the Chief of Police if he wanted to add anything. I see a
Commissioner President, I just echo your remarks to the community leaders that are here, the stakeholders. We owe a debt of gratitude, and we're certainly here with you, and we'll continue to move forward.
Thank you, Chief. And with that, commissioners, let me ask you if you have a question to open your microphones. Commissioner Bonner, sir, I see you've opened your mic. Go ahead.
I do, thank you. And just to let everybody know, I'm going to limit my questions, but the couple that I have are really for the guests, and then I'm going to tee up a couple of questions for the council representative and some others that we may follow up in another time. But I wanted to ask Chica and the pastor and Mr. Baez, I see he's still with us. This is on the issue of the fear of or concerns of retaliation and just the peer pressure and things that come along with community members who are seen cooperating with or associating with the police in some way. And I can tell you that even as a professional person, that doesn't go away in any context, whether it's at home with the family over the holidays or a weekend barbecue. If you have that association, you can almost expect some questions about, what's that about and what you're doing and so on. So I wanted to understand, two things about that. One is are you, when you kind of withstand that, pressure, you're engaged in, as been described here, do you leave that energy and interaction at the kind of CSAC and CSP in that space? Or do you find yourselves being able to take, that some of that energy from that process and, spread it into the community through your associates and contacts? That's one question. And then along those lines, to the degree you're getting to know some police officers through the CSP program, just curious to what other anecdotes you hear as to whether those experiences still contrast with your engagement with officers, patrol officers or others who may also be in the community.
If you don't mind, I'll share, Principal Baez. One of the things that we do have access to is families and their children. So at the school site, what we tend to do is just looking for providers. For us, it would be, for example, mental health providers, and try to provide our families with resources for them to be able to connect with these providers. So by meeting with CSAC, it opens up the door to be able to share more providers for our families. In this case, it would be mental health. Now with the question about retaliation, one of the things that I tend to do with our families is the school serves as a sort of like a safety net. We have a clinic here, and then being that we're a school, we allow our parents to come in, and we serve as a sort of a, I don't want to say a buffer, more like a conduit or just an in-between between what's happening. They share the things with me, and then I can share with our officers. So that way I become, it's a source, it's not necessarily the primary source, a secondary source, but I'm getting it right from our members. So in the past, that's what I've done. I've asked our members to come in, talk to me in an environment that's safe, and then they walk out. Then I take that information to talk to our officers, so they don't feel that they're basically talking to our officers. they feel that I'm talking to the officers. And of course, you know, being that I don't necessarily live in the community, but I work for the community, that I'm willing to be able to, you know, talk to officers and let them know what the concerns are. So in the past 4 years, that's the way I've handled it with our families.
How you doing? I'm gonna speak up on the retaliation part. As far as the CSAC go here in the Nickersons, the residents, some residents feel comfortable with talking with the CHP officers. Then we have a bungalow here on our site that some residents, you know, go visit. And we also have a site on 103rd and Compton, the Watts Silver Center building, where a lot of community members go and a lot of residents go to reach out to LAPD. And as far as like when the residents call and they have a concern, they are able to remain anonymous, and the police don't knock on their door, or they don't let the other people know that, okay, this call came from this unit right here. So they very close knit with keeping the residents unaware of who made the calls here in our development. So that, you know, we don't have that much. It's like, oh, we know who called or who know. They can remain anonymous. The police don't knock on their door. They have 2 different buildings that they can use to go talk to them. And then Housing Authority also provides a safe haven where the people can reach out. And we Hackla, along with Mr. Lopez and Amada and Mr. Bill, they put out flyers that go out to residents with the main contacts, who they could contact, who they can call. They can go online as well, and that's here in how we they do it right here in the Nickerson Gardens.
Chica, real quick, can you comment if you care to? I mean, you're I hope you don't mind me referring to you as a leader, a community leader, or a leader in your community. What has your experience been in terms of your, you know, your peers, people you know, kind of relating to you in that, you know, in that way? Is it something that you avoid talking about, or you're now comfortable talking about, or can you, if you care to say?
Well, I'm very open with talking, you know, like some officers, you know, they come to my unit, they wave at me. My son, he also participate in the Knicks Kids. And, you know, I also stand very firm when it comes with me dealing with LAPD. I deal with LAPD on a community basis, right? And the community is well aware of that. So when it comes to me dealing with LAPD, they're like, oh, Ms. Chica, you know, is a community leader. And I have built my relationship here with the people and with the police officers. So I don't have that, oh, she's a snitch, or we can't trust her. I don't have that issue like other people might have, because before and foremost, I'm fair all the way around the board, and I'm making sure that the officers are safe when they come, and as well as the community. So I don't have like the peer pressure as other people might have in their developments.
Thank you.
And if I can just second what Chica just mentioned, the fact that she is building the community, she's building relationships. And like I mentioned before, and I have to go in a couple of minutes, but I just want to say the fact that, you know, for the last 10 years, you know, some of these kids that unfortunately are in that lifestyle, in gangs and in crime, unfortunately, I'm sure of, you know, I don't know anything in particular, but, you know, I've known them since they were kids, and I've been investing in them since they were kids. I've been in the hospital room at St. Francis Trauma Center when they're being operated because they've been shot on the block. You know, so things like that, I think, go a long way to be able to, when there is something wrong, like Chica and others, if you don't have a relationship with some of these cats, you can't just go and tell them, hey, please stop, or you know, you can't speak into their lives if you haven't invested in them. And so because I have invested in a lot of these kids, you know, I can speak into their life in a way that maybe others can't. But I think that's one of the biggest things for CSPB that they're doing, is that they are investing in the lives of a lot of families and kids. And people don't see that. But I hope that, you know, the light is shone on them a little bit more in the positive way, because they are. They are investing in these families and in these kids. And honestly, that's our next generation, particularly in Watts. You know, our demographic is the biggest population is under 24, and so, you know, we need to invest in these communities the way that CSPB is doing. And so I just, again, thank you for this opportunity. I take my hat off to all of you who are working diligently to to make especially Watts better for our kids and our families. And like I said, I got to sign off. I have to run, but thank you once again for this opportunity. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us, Pastor. We appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Again, just in the interest of time, one point I'm going to tee up for Mr. Benavides and some of the other city council member representatives. At some point, I'm going to ask Deputy Chief Tingaredes to arrange another conversation. I want to hear a little bit about how the information and conversation flows through even to the council member and to the other relationships that you have in that level. So I just expect a follow-up in that regard, if you would. And then also to the two captains, at some point in time, I want to follow up a little bit more on the what you described today about the efforts to further integrate into the other operations across the department. That, in my perspective, is an equally important element of the Bureau, in addition to the site work. So that may be something that may warrant another briefing further in the year to kind of focus on that, but because that has a lot of long-term value. So just know that we'll want to talk about that. The last question that I would just ask for anyone around the table, Joel or others, is when you described how the CSACs have come together, and you've done a lot of work in helping build capacity and so on and so forth. Can you talk about the dynamic of those discussions, in particular, the success or challenges in achieving consensus, and also the degree to which how you deal with dissension around the table when you're talking with people who are trying to develop a very localized strategy as to what ought to occur in their community?
Commissioner, I'd actually like to have Isaiah answer that question,
okay,
from his perspective, and then he can incorporate our response, because it's very powerful how we work through that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. That's a great question, Commissioner Bonner, and I think you made the point earlier when we were doing the CPAB presentation as well about how even the voice of dissenters is included in those spaces. And I think from the very beginning, when we thought about the community groups or the CSAC, we made the effort to recruit everyone and welcome everyone into the space, including dissenters, knowing that it was going to be very difficult to reach a consensus. And again, I think it boils down to how patient we want to be. And if we're truly committed to the idea of relationship-based policing, we have to realize that relationships aren't built overnight, especially when a lot of these folks haven't had meaningful interactions with city and other representatives over the years. And so I think it's a matter of being able to listen to folks and seeing and really being intentional at the negotiating table. And so again, I think that the value of the council office's participation in this is that we have the ability to leverage a lot of these resources and help make a lot of these decisions. And so I think it's certainly been a challenge, but I think it's integral to the success and the authenticity of the CSAC that we make every effort to incorporate folks' views to the extent that we can, and make sure folks feel that their participation in the meeting has value, and and so that's, I think, what separates the CSAC to a CPAB or a neighborhood council meeting or a block club meeting is, there's a lot of value in folks coming to a neighborhood meeting, and you see your local sergeant, you see your neighborhood prosecutor, you see your council member, your principal, because it really shows you that everyone at the table is committed to uplifting this community. And I think that's something we don't see every day. And so to give people that access, that exposure, I think is the most important part.
I appreciate that. And as I kind of suggested earlier, as the CSPB liaison from the commission, I'm going to be asking to set up some additional time to talk with you and some others about, just to explore that issue a little bit further.
Sounds good.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Other commissioners, questions, please? And Commissioner Teefank, Mr. Teefank, if you could work with Commissioner Bonner and Chief Tinglerides in setting up a future meeting. I appreciate that. Other questions or comments, Commissioner? Oh, Commissioner Kalanche, go ahead, ma'am.
You. In the interest of time, I will save some of my questions, but I do want to appreciate Captain Espinoza, Captain Brockway. Last week, I actually got to spend time at South Park with the South Park and the Pueblo CSP, and then I got to spend time in the Southeast developments with the CSPs out there, and really see the commitment that there is to the community and how personal they take a lot of the issues in the community. So I really appreciate that, and thankful for the work that's happening out there. I think what's really important to me is that you're working to build capacity in the community. That's one of the most important things, because we can't be out there forever, right? So you're planting the seed and you're building community capacity, which hopefully leverages so many other resources like our council office representative discussed, so that you start seeing improvement and the community can then hold it down, right? So we're supporting community leaders in helping them lead change in their community, so that we don't have to have, the police presence all the time, but that the community is solving a lot of their own community issues. So I appreciate the investment that you're making in building capacity with the CSACs, investing in leadership. Unfortunately, when I was there last week, I saw kind of just the aftermath of 3 homicides, which was really sad. And I saw how hard the officers took that situation out in Nickerson. So I know that they're owning the community's issues and concerns, and they're trying to figure out like how to best involve the community in solving a lot of these concerns. But I do appreciate the fact that we're building the capacity and that we're moving towards the community having the resources, like the schools and the city resources that are needed to address a lot of the issues. And then unfortunately, I saw how much more investment is needed in these areas. And I'm not talking about policing, I'm talking about just city resources. So hopefully that's something that the CSACs can, with their site safety strategies or plan, can highlight, because we do need to invest in these communities. There's a huge need for more investment from the city. But I just want to thank you for all the work, and thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you. And we'll just keep plugging away and continue to build power out in the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Any further comments from commissioners? We will invite you all back. First of all, to everyone in the Bureau, thank you very much. And especially to those in the community, Pastor Hernandez, who I know had to leave, Mr. Benavides, Principal Baez, Ms. Caldwell, thank you all so much for being here and for sharing your experiences and your perspective. It's most meaningful to us. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. And Chief Tinglerides will work again to have a subsequent meeting with you all at a next appropriate interval to get a further update. Thank you very much for the update.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Take care. Thank you so much. Commissioners, will now move on to our discussion on items C and D on the agenda. They are related. One is the department's report relative to an implementation plan on the after action reports, and the others are the public comments written public comments. Just to briefly frame this issue procedurally for those who, for members of the public who did not hear or attend all the meetings. On April 13th, we heard presentations on the 3 after action reports, after action reports on tactics. One obtained by the City Council, who had heard their report prior to April 13th, one from the Police Foundation, and one from the department. We heard all 3 reports on tactics and their recommendations for moving forward. We did ask the department to report back, and we gave them 2 weeks. asking them to review the recommendations, determine where there was overlap, put them together, identify monies where they could, prioritize where they could, and develop a plan for going forward, understanding we gave them 2 weeks. We then heard their initial plan 2 weeks later on April 27th, their preliminary plan. And they proposed, I believe, and Chief Choi and Ms. Rhodes, when they're called up, I think there they are, they will correct me if I get this wrong. Their initial plan was proposed, they put the recommendations together into like areas, proposed working groups to do a deep dive on these matters, bring in experts from the department, policy experts, budget experts from the city, evaluate each of them further, and come back with a more detailed plan. We then heard additional, we had a period of 2 weeks for public comment. And we heard public comment, written public comment was closed on May 5th, and that's what we have in items D for the written public comment. But each week we have heard verbal public comment beginning on the 13th. And it was agendized for today as a follow-up. In the meantime, I should add, I know myself and other commissioners have been spending time on this, reviewing all the after action reports, speaking with various members of the department. And obviously today there'll be additional questions. Of course, that all brings us today, where we have Chief Choi and Ms. Rhodes here again. And I'm going to ask them in a moment to present anything further they wanted for us to hear. But I'm a bit concerned about some of the public comment and a disconnect. I think that exists. But Chief Choi, my first question to you that I hope you can address in your, if you're going to make a presentation to the commission before we dive into questions. But I do want to be clear, we are not approving today in any way, shape, or form $67 million. First of all, this commission does not have that authority. That is city council authority. I understand that in part of the plan here, you gave estimates, the department gave estimates for potential costs, but that is still to be determined, is my understanding, Chief Choi. But what we would be approving today, if we go forward, is I'll call it a blueprint. Maybe you have a different name for it, a roadmap for going forward to evaluate each of these areas that were covered in the after action report, do a deeper dive and come back to the commission with more details, specifically what can the department do within its current budget, what might it need additional budget for, but that's not for today. Am I correct, Chief Choi?
Yes, that's correct. Just to be absolutely clear,
why don't you frame the issue for us today, because I feel there's a deep disconnect and I want to be sure we get on the same page.
Okay, great. So
can I interrupt really quick? I'm so sorry. I did want to say something, a point of order. The item D, is there going to be a presentation on the public comment? I'm just wondering if that should be first, if we're going to vote on something.
No, we already have it in front of us.
Okay.
You've read it. This is written public comment, Mr. Tifa.
Okay. So there's not going to be any presentation. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Chief Choi, why don't you go ahead?
thank you. I'll keep my comments brief because much of what you just said is part of what I want to convey today. So the department is not asking the commission for $67 million, nor do we believe that the commission has that authority. What we merely wanted to do in this initial implementation plan is throw out a number that would be a full cost recovery if we were to do everything in all three after action plans, and that's not the case. So what we're going to be looking at, or what you have before you today, it's just the initial assessment, the preliminary plan for the three after action report recommendations. And if the board approves us to move forward, we would like to convene working groups to include commissioners and subject matter experts and other input. We'd like to look at items that were already completed based on the recommendations, items that should be completed, and then items that we're not going to implement, whether it's cost prohibitive or personnel prohibitive, or it's just not the right priority for the department. So to do all this, we really need time. We need to convene the working groups, get input from commissioners, answer their questions, look at the public comments received, and then come back with a more refined, honed recommendation that has that is more aligned eventually with all of our department's strategic goals. So it's not just arbitrary, and that we're not just taking these recommendations as they come and say we're going to implement them or not. We need to be much more thoughtful, and that's going to take time. And that's what we're here to do, is ask for more time for report back once we convene these working groups.
And so I want to be sure I understand exactly what the department's asking for approval from the board for. You're asking for approval to proceed as you just articulated, develop these working groups with commissioners, maybe city council representative, policy experts, budget people, and develop the plan in each of these categories. Is that it?
Yes, either develop the plan or decide that we're not able to or not willing to implement these because they're not aligned with the priorities. But we want to revisit the priorities to ensure that these are things we want to move forward with, and they're valuable recommendations. And again, that's going to take time from input from a variety of people.
So again, I don't mean to be dense on this, Chief Choi, but I just want to be sure I understand the request for approval is for this plan. Is that what the department is asking for?
The plan to move forward and to have more time to report back on what will be implemented, what will not, and why.
All right, thank you.
And if I might, Commissioner, the recommendation for board action is to review and accept our report. And that is it in its entirety. Is our report is what Chief Choi is attempting to convey is this was an initial size up. If we were to do everything, which we're not, there's recommendations in there which I do not support. And yet in the department, we don't believe the department, as we look at the implementation, that there's everything in there. For instance, there's been much criticism of the establishment of a specialized bureau. At this stage, I share concerns about that bureau as well, because of a manner of it perhaps isolating responsibilities that should be shared across the entire organization. That's one example. Another example of grab and go, establishment of a food source for $100,000 in a recurring nature. Again, that's a recommendation that, given the cost in the economies, is that truly necessary? Is it a priority? These are things that when we were asked in the 2-week period of time, with all these recommendations, if we were to do this, what those associated costs would be. The effort today is with work groups is to look at our existing in-service training and the overlay. Much of this is training. Much of this is development, ongoing, persistent, recurring development from the top of the organization all the way to our lowest ranking officer, and how we go about everything from field jail operations to crowd management, crowd control. It's not, and it is not meant to, this plan here is not meant to suddenly inject into an organizational structure as complex as ours all of these responsibilities, ignoring what our existing infrastructure is for in-service training. That, with the guidance of Dr. Luann Pinnell, Commander Mark Reyna, and our professionals, with insight from both people within the organization, active participation by commissioners, as well as seeking outside voices. I still value and will look forward to valuing the participants from the Police Foundation, as National Police Foundation, as well as from Independent General Counsel, Mr. Chalif's group, and some individuals from academia. Those things are going to take time. Some of these matters are already been embarked on, but the plan before you today is a rough, broad description, and what we're asking is for you to review it and accept that this is our path moving forward, and along with some associated timelines, so you can hold us accountable. So these reports just don't go away, and the organization is never again to be heard from what we do about these matters. But at the same time, recognizing how aggressive those timelines are, is that this is meant to give a warning sign, so to speak, that these are how we frame this, the direction we want to go in, and we're asking for you to receive this and to accept it. And if you have direct guidance or instructions otherwise, for us to hear that today.
All right, thank you, Chief Moore and Chief Choi. I appreciate that. And to my colleagues, I apologize for any disconnect. I think that I would be responsible for that. So because we asked for a 2-week report back, and I can understand, I'm not faulting the members of the community who were upset today, who called in. I want to make clear about that. I think we just, and I'll say I was not clear. For that, I'll accept that responsibility. But I do believe I understand now, Chief Moore and Chief Choi, so thank you for that. Commissioners, let me open it up for questions. Commissioner Kalanche, I see you have your mic open. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do understand, after a couple of conversations, I do understand where we're going with this, and I'm more supportive of that, more planning, and really understanding how any recommendations fit into the overall kind of needs of the city and the communities we serve. But I'm uncomfortable with this, the way the motion's written, because it says implementation plan, which assumes that this is the implementation plan and it has dollar figures associated with it. So I'm uncomfortable voting on this, even if it's just to receive it, because it assumes that I'm supportive of this plan before us. I would rather entertain a different motion or just say what we're going to do, that we're going to hold off and come up with a plan that is better suited to the needs of the department and the city and the communities.
Yeah.
Let
me just say, Commissioner, as you're speaking, I'm going to write something, okay?
Okay.
So just because I feel part of the disconnect is we have a document in front of us that does have those dollar numbers, and it gives the impression that we're approving that. So let me, while other commissioners start speaking, I'm going to try and craft something that may be, to use the words of the pastor, imperfect and subject to modification from my colleagues.
I would be more supportive of a different motion to support us moving forward to plan something that's more relevant to what we're trying to do.
Consistent with what's been verbally stated.
Yes.
So I see Commissioner Briggs has also opened up his microphone, but I'm going to draft something while he speaks.
Sure. Can everyone hear me? This is a new computer. I just want to make sure that I can be heard. Thank you. I have a concern, and it stems from the fact that last evening the court just granted a preliminary injunction with respect to the use of non-lethal force for First Amendment protest. And one of the requirements of the order is that only officers trained on those devices can use them in a specific manner as laid out in the order. And the implied assumption is that the training that officers receive on those devices, which is only once annually, is insufficient to have the officers use them with regard to First Amendment protest, if that's all the training that the officer has had. If that is the case, that we now face a court order, we can't wait for a report back or a working group on the training exercises as to how that's going to roll out. This is something that I think that we have to implement now. So Chief Choi, I guess my question to you is, what is the department going to do to comply with this court order with regard to the use of these, the 40 millimeter, the 37 millimeter in crowd control situations on a going forward basis until the rest of this document that we now have before us comes back to us in some form? Because right now, as I understand it, we have to take some action. So I want to know what the department is doing, because part of the action that we've been asked to take in terms of training was consistent in all three reports with respect to that less than lethal force. So can you address that, please?
Sure, Commissioner. So first and foremost, again, we identified this concern before the after actions were done. So what we did is already developed implementing the 40 millimeter manipulations or training into our normal qualification cycle. So we started in this month, restarted our qualification cycle. That is part of our training now. And then the second part of that is we will continue to monitor our employees and find out who has been through the 37 and 40 millimeter training and ensure that anyone that is using that system the training has been documented. Now, increasing the training beyond one time a year, that's still to be developed, and that hasn't been done yet.
And Commissioner Briggs, if I can just butt in, I guess, the preliminary injunction that was issued last night is not different than the temporary restraining order that was issued the week before. And that is basically a recitation of what is already the policy of the department. So it doesn't actually change any of the policies. I think if one were to try and determine what was implied in the first part of that, both TRO and preliminary injunction, it was an attempt by the plaintiffs to argue that people weren't trained on the 37 millimeter and 40 millimeter. And in fact, the policy of the department is in line with the court's order and always has been. Having said that, there is, the department is eager, as always, to include training, to refine training, to make training better. But the preliminary injunction doesn't actually change, is not in conflict with what the department has already been doing and with the temporary restraining order.
Ms. Rose, I appreciate that, as well as Chief Choi's explanation, but my concern goes to whether or not the officers have sufficient training on these devices. As an example was given to me once, if you have a moving target and you're trained to hit a moving target, that's one thing. But if you're only if you're only trained to hit a stationary target, that's something different. My understanding is, with respect to these devices, officers are trained once a year to hit a stationary target. That's not the dynamic that is faced by officers when they're dealing with First Amendment crowds. And I think that this is where some of the situations that the city is now facing, that we're now facing, is present with all the lawsuits that we're going to be hearing about in closed session. So, I would like to see as a priority that this issue of less than lethal force receive more training if we can roll that out as a priority. I mean, that is a concern that has been expressed by courts now, by the citizens. And I don't think that pulling this piece out of all of the rubric that we have and saying, here's what it's going to cost. Let's get this in front of the city council if they're the ones that needs to approve it, since it's consistent with all three reports and it's now the subject of a lawsuit, is something that's problematic. But I don't know how this report is framed. I'm bringing this up because it is a huge concern.
Yes, Commissioner Briggs, if I could just add something. So there was something that I guess we termed it, precision, developing precision and accuracy. The development of the new training as it relates to less lethal munitions and the accuracy of it and shooting or aiming at something that is a moving target, that's in the works already of being developed. So I think I mentioned this on the 27th. We've identified things that we need to do better, and we're already moving on those things as an organization to better ourselves. So that is in the works.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief Choi.
Additionally, Commissioner Briggs, I just want to, it is true that the 40 is target specific, but remember the 37, which was also in the preliminary injunction is a device that is aimed at the ground. And under policy and the order is still aimed at the ground. So I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the right systems.
No, we are. I had an opportunity to test both systems.
Wonderful.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Was that it, sir?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners' questions? Commissioner Bonner, why don't you go ahead? And then
Thank you.
after Commissioner Bonner, then Commissioner Sobroff. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. And first, I want to just say, yes, as you mentioned, that I was in the group of those of us who did have an opportunity to spend a significant amount of additional time in reviewing the reports and including watching watching some of our discussion from April 13th and the 27th and last week. And by the way, one error that I made and want to correct from the record, I had suggested or had indicated to Chief Choi that part of our original request was to identify areas of agreement and disagreement amongst those reports. And even though that was something that I might have preferred seeing, it wasn't. I didn't find that in the initial direction. So I just noting that correction for the record. I also then just want to reflect on a couple of points that I had made earlier in last week, I think, about paring this down and just trying to not start with a view that we've really got 160 some on actions that need to be addressed and so on. And I'm, I think even more firm in that view going through and what I'm referring to, number one, is that when you look through the recommendations, there's a combination of those things that were just not managed well versus those things that just need to be where you need some new equipment or new policy or new approach. And so I would, for example, go through and those recommendations that speak to those things that just were not managed well. I don't think a forward-looking implementation plan needs to be going into too much of the weeds as to how commanders ought to make decisions that they already are empowered to make, but just may make differently going forward. So I'm just observing that I think you can go and scrape out some of those findings that may be well founded, but really just go to taking another look at some things that weren't done well. The other thing that's noted is that there's a fair amount of recommendations in here that are already being addressed. And some of those are things that expressly, in fact, the commission's report, there's a number of those recommendations that urge the department to continue doing X, Y, or Z. And so again, I'm just pointing out that to me, those dozen or so of things that are already being addressed can be, some of that can be called out. Now, some of it's left in because it's still going to be part of some future game plan, but nonetheless, you can squeeze some of those things out. And when I look at the whole package, again, to me, I know that the initial plan as it's laid out lists the 19 different categories, but I think they all really fall into three. And I'm not necessarily saying this is what the plan needs to reflect. I'm just saying that I don't think it's as complicated and amorphous as it may appear as it's currently laid out. And even though as well that the chair was referencing, these were tactical reviews, but in fact, the commission's report was the one of the three that did have the 5 recommendations on community relations and trust building. And so I see that, as one area, and particularly because that's also the source of a lot of the encouragement to continue doing certain things. It's just a matter of how that's going to be done. So you got the community trust and relations. You have training, the chief, and I reviewed the record again at I think the last meeting, at one point was kind of cut to the chase and identified that as really kind of the core long-term need and focus and where most of the potential costs, lie. And so I acknowledge it's a kind of a second category that a lot of the recommendations apply to. And then the third is policy development and implementation. That's where you need to go back and address some guidebooks and change some policy and procedures and those things. So that's really what I found is that, a lot of this boils down to, community relations and trust training and some additional policy work. And So I would be encouraging the department to move forward, and, again, to try to just, bring a little more focus to what's really on the table. And number two, I'd urge you to find a role for the community. I mean, we've talked about setting up some task forces and things that would involve commissioners and some academics and some others, and I think that's all well suited. But I'm particularly impressed by the presentation we just heard from the CSPB Bureau and the process and the structure of these CSAC bodies. And I think what it shows is that there is a way to harness the potential and value of real, salt of the earth, community level input, and build that into the department's problem solving. So I would encourage you to work with CSPB or whomever or however, but to find a role for the community as well, especially since, again, this whole conversation is about how the department can engage with communities in the context of protest to really keep everyone safe. So when you add all that up, I would just kind of ask the department to reflect on those things. I think in terms of our action, I would think that we probably most appropriate to just encourage the department to take all of the comments that have just been made and come back in some time, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, or what have you, and present what might be a more actionable plan, or at least more actionable for this body to really consider and say go forth with. And and I don't think we lose very much. I understand and appreciate the comments in particular that both Commissioners Calanche and Briggs were raising. And I think with those training things, that's what I consider in that example of things where there's some activity underway to deal with less lethal. And I don't think that other than those that may have some significant cost to it, as was mentioned, I don't think reining in and trying to control that a little better is going to be held up by asking the department to take a little more time to think through a longer term strategy. So those are really my thoughts relative to the plan. I did have a question, and Madam Chair, you have to let me know where to. I had a question about the public comment, which is the next agenda item, and I don't know if it's appropriate to put that on the table now or in some other.
I called both items up.
Okay.
Why don't you ask it? I would think Mr. Teefank would be in a position to answer it, I hope.
Yeah, he may be, or Chief Choi or Ms. Rhodes may know, but the specific question is about in one of the things, in addition to a lot of the email comments that came in, there was also the 2 letters from the coalition of community organizations, and one went to the city council, and one came to the commission, and kind of cross-reference the others. But in it was the letter, I think, that went to the city council. There was part of that letter that had like a footnote that had a link, and this was in a conversation where there was an allegation that the department actually used tear gas and in responding to the protest. And then that link, there were some photographs with someone holding some devices that were where they were indicating that the insignia and on the devices, signaled that it was tear gas. So I just wanted to I just wanted to understand that, given the seriousness of that particular comment. I wanted to just understand, is that a question that's been asked and answered where someone's already looked into it? Is it something that anybody's looking into, or just whatever clarity you could bring to that specific issue relative to that comment?
Commissioner Bonner, so in short, LAPD did not use tear gas in any of the demonstrations, any of the protests. So that's a short answer. The link that you're talking about, the visual, I'm not familiar with. So I don't know if that was.
Well, I accept what at least what you're saying. I think one other just observation about that is what you had was the letter. It was in the link. You see some photographs that were also, I think, screenshotted from Twitter. And to this conversation, what I'm connecting this to also is as part of the effort to do further work on social media and as a means of being aware of things that are out there that may need to be addressed in some way or another, whether it's acknowledging something that, a misstep, or correcting something that may not be accurate. I just encourage you to, be aware that that is one of the things that concerns us out there, is a concern that some of the protesters were gassed. So I just ask you to find some suitable way to address that if appropriate. But in any event, Madam Chair, as I said, I think my lengthy narrative there, that's, I think, at least a potential way to move forward that doesn't suggest, as you and others were pointing out, the concern about the current presentation and the misperception that it is really the plan that this commission is approving, and with the dollar figures and so on. I don't know if Deputy Chief Choi or others want to speak to even this question of, because I don't want to add another step to ask you to come back if you think that you need more direction from this board, or what others might think.
Commissioner Bonner, I will be proposing a motion that I think is incorporating what everyone is saying, yet Commissioner Soboroff hasn't had a chance to speak yet. So I think we'll proceed by hopefully what is intended to be a brief motion that is encompassing the broad issues that everybody has spoken of thus far. But we'll see if that will be satisfactory. But why don't we let Commissioner Soboroff go, sir, and then see if he has any comments he wants to add that might impact this, and then I can throw the motion on the table and see what my colleagues think of it.
President Decker, I, for one, subject to hearing your motion or whatever modifications to the motion, if I agree with them, do feel it's important to go ahead and move forward and vote today. I just want to go back for a moment. These events happened. There were errors made. The chief was the first one to be critical of some of the situations that were handled, even though this event was an extremely unusual event. Different parties, including the city council, the department, etc., commissioned some serious reports about that went into detail of what happened and what the recommendations were. Not the rumors of what happened, not the spin of what happened, but what happened, and the recommendations. The recommendations have come back, and it is important that the department process, which it has done, prioritize, which it has done, and implement, which it is starting to do, some of these recommendations, because they were spot on in areas where we can, where the Los Angeles Police Department and policing in America can be better. There is nothing in here that says that we're authorizing the money, I believe that it is important to do what we can do. We may ask, the department may ask for more funds specifically, but that's a different issue. The issue now is moving forward with the implementation from 3 outside reports, which were, in the chief's words, I think, Chief, I mean, what do you say? Were serious and important, and in spots very critical, and that subject to the motion that you're going to. I just think that we've got to take the spin out of this, and I hope your motion does that.
Well, that's a big lead into a motion. So
Okay.
if I can, let me see if I've captured what the collective desire is. And what I'm trying to do is put forward a motion that gives the direction to the department. I think they understand our collective intent. And so the motion would be to move for the department to develop an implementation plan related to the 3 after action reports, to include the development of working groups to evaluate the recommendations in detail, determine which recommendations are already implemented, which recommendations can be implemented, should be implemented, which recommendations should not be implemented, and which recommendations would require additional funding to be implemented, with priority being given to the training and usage of less than lethal munitions. and return to, obviously the intent is that you return to the commission. I didn't ask for a specific timeline, in part because our intent, I believe, the collective intent is for you to return as ready. For example, if you're ready on training, come back on the training component, but commissioners should be a part of the working groups, the academics, other experts, the community as well. I think that was reflected in all of the commissioners' comments. And I think it was reflected in the department's comments as well. I think that covers, perhaps not beautifully written, but I think that covers the intent of what all five have said. Did I miss the boat, or are we there, commissioners? Thumbs up, thumbs down, speaking.
I just have a couple of questions. I think you thrust us right into the ballpark, if you will. So we're getting close. I think, as you described it, I would like some clarification on what direction is being given, or at least what expectation is being set as to the process that the department may follow. I mean, there was some conversation about some task forces and who might be involved. And as I mentioned, that I think at least that it's important that there be some community element of that. So I'd be, I'm trying to understand if we're going to be a little bit vague on the deadline or the days, that's fine. But in terms of what we're asking them to take a serious look at doing, or in fact do, in terms of the process that followed, I think it'd be helpful to make sure we're all on the same page there. And then a question from the department as well in terms of the workability of what we're doing. There was a footnote in the or a reference somewhere in the prior or in what's before us now that said that it was based on the assumption that the commission would take some action by April 27th. And I interpreted that to just signaling to us how the 90 days, the longer periods lined up based on, starting when. That's what I would assume that meant. So I don't see that as a barrier. I'm just wanting to make sure that this is the department's Deputy Chief Choi or others. This is your point. If there's something that we need to know about the fact that that this wasn't, started or done on April 27th, you might let us know that. Otherwise, my only question still would be, again, making sure that we're going to have some appropriate community opportunity to engage.
So, Commissioner Bonner, if I can just answer your question regarding April 26th. No, that was a date that was just estimated that we'd have some action by commission. That didn't happen. So we're going to start moving forward depending on what the vote is today.
And then with respect to the working group, I'm happy to define that in the motion more broadly. I thought there was a general consensus, but I'm happy to do that, and that it should, the working groups should be inclusive and include experts from the department, academia, drafters of the reports, and most importantly, community members. I think all five members of the commission have indicated that at various points in this conversation. And of course, I believe the chief said that as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I want to be sure that we're all very clear that our expectation is that more input from the community will happen during this process.
And I appreciate that. I would just wanting to make sure we're being as clear as we can that we're not referring to opening an email address so that there can be additional comments coming in writing that this group will. That I'm talking about real-time active engagement. So that's just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page in that regard as well.
I think we are. Chief Choi, we are, right?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Okay. Very good. With that, and thank you, commissioners. And again, I do want to say, as the president of the commission, I do take, and to the members of the public, I do take responsibility for the confusion. I think our efforts to move forward expeditiously and ask the department for a 2-week plan perhaps was not the brilliant move perhaps we thought it was at the time, because I think some confusion developed as a result of that. But hopefully we are, this motion that is currently on the table helps alleviate concerns. Perhaps there are still concerns that exist, but hopefully the process that we all engage in will rectify that. With that, I'm going to move the motion forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. And thank you very much for your input. I'm going to item D, which is a file and receive of the public comments. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, that passes again, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Choi and Ms. Rhodes. Thank you for your presentation and your diligence on this. Thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to move on to E and F. Those two items are related. F is really just a summary of the legal frameworks and disciplinary process, more for informational purposes, but it is related to perhaps obviously board rights process, which we will be hearing from representatives of the Inspector General's office. Mr. Smith, do you want to take it from here and introduce your team that's presenting today?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Good afternoon, everyone. With me today to present our report is Assistant Inspector General Camelia Naguib. As she'll take you through the report just briefly in a moment, this commission requested that the Office of the Inspector General take a look into the Board of Rights process. The Board of Rights, of course, is a body that conducts administrative hearings with regard to disciplinary matters for LAPD officers. As you may recall, in 2019, the City Council passed an ordinance that reshaped the makeup of those boards of rights, giving officers an option to have 3 civilian members, hearing examiners, comprise the panel of Board of Rights hearings, as opposed to the previous sole model to that, which was 2 command staff officers and 1 civilian. And so once the ordinance passed in 2019, officers had a choice of which formulation they wanted to go forward with. Part of that ordinance that was passed included language that the Office of the Inspector General would audit or take a look at the Board of Rights process.
Hold on.
And at the direction of this commission, the Office of the Inspector General was asked to go ahead and take a look at that. We've done that really started to do that really in 2 separate ways. The first way that we're presenting to you today is really a statistical overview of the Board of Rights, including changes that may have taken place since the ordinance that I mentioned was enacted. So what we're presenting today is really a aggregation of data that can allow you to see what's been happening with the Board of Rights, what changes may or may not have taken place since that ordinance was put into effect. And unlike most OIG reports, this report does not contain recommendations for your approval. We do anticipate that our second aspect of looking at the Board of Rights process, which is a more qualitative analysis, scheduled to come to you at the end of this year, will indeed contain recommendations should we find anything that should be improved or changed as far as the department goes. But so again, for you today, I'm going to turn it over to Camelia to tell you what we did find and to present the data. This is an aggregation of data on Board of Rights, including changes since that ordinance, which was a pretty historic change in that process. So we wanted to see what has happened since then. Camelia can take you through what we found.
Good morning. Would it be possible to pull up the PowerPoint presentation? Thank you so much. Okay, next slide, please. Good morning. I'd like to start by providing a quick overview of this project, as well as a brief discussion of our primary analysis of the Board of Rights data that we reviewed. As the IG mentioned, in order to prepare this report, the OIG obtained data from the department regarding Board of Rights cases completed between 2016 and 2020, as well as information about pending cases. In looking at the data, we were particularly interested in 4 primary aspects of each case. First, what type of board was it? The department categorizes each Board of Rights case as either a directed board, which is a board for which the chief of police has recommended that the officer be removed or terminated from employment, or an opted board, which is a case where the chief has assigned a lesser penalty than removal, generally a suspension or demotion, and the officer has opted to appeal this to a Board of Rights. Second, we looked at the type of panel that each officer selected. As the IG mentioned, following implementation of the ordinance, officers going to a Board of Rights now have the option to select an all-civilian panel, which is made up of 3 civilian hearing examiners, or a traditional panel, which is made up of 2 sworn LAPD command officers and 1 civilian examiner. We also looked at the number and types of allegations that were referred to each board and whether the board found each officer guilty or not guilty of each count. And finally, we looked at the board's final recommended penalty and the extent to which that recommendation differed from the recommendation of the chief of police. As we discuss in the report, the chief may accept or reduce the board's final recommended penalty, but may not impose a penalty that is greater than that recommended by the Board of Rights. Once we received the data, we analyzed it in a number of ways. In order to provide context, we looked generally at the number of boards completed per year over the past 5 years, as well as general trends in the ultimate outcome of each case over that period of time. We also focused on changes resulting from the implementation of the new civilian board option in June 2019, which included how often officers selected a civilian panel over a traditional panel, as well as the comparative penalty decisions made by the 2 different types of panels. Next slide, please. To start, this slide shows the number of boards completed each year between 2016 and 2020. For reference, we consider a Board of Rights to be completed once the chief has received the board's official recommendation and has made a final decision regarding a penalty, if any. On the left, we can see trends for directed boards, and on the right, we see opted boards. This chart shows that the number of completed boards in both categories has fluctuated over the past 5 years, and that there was a drop-off for both types in 2020. According to the department, this was due at least in part to the difficulty in scheduling hearings during the pandemic. This chart also shows that although civilian boards became an option in 2019, most civilian boards were actually held during 2020, and that these civilian boards made up the majority of all hearings during that year. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall penalty outcomes for each year over the past 5 years, including whether the board made a recommendation that was the same, lesser, or even greater than that made by the chief. This chart also shows cases where the officer was found not guilty of all counts and received no penalty at all. Here again, we see some fluctuation in different categories, but in general, cases resulting in a lesser penalty than that recommended by the chief have risen somewhat, while those resulting in no penalty at all have actually dropped over time. We also noted a couple of cases that the board determined had exceeded time limitations set by the relevant state statute. Next slide, please. This chart gives a more detailed look at the previous slide by dividing board outcomes into directed on the top and opted on the bottom categories. This chart shows a significant diversion in trends between the 2 types of boards over time, and specifically in 2020. For this chart, it's very helpful to look at the same penalty line, which is the 3rd row down in each section. For directed boards, where the chief has recommended that the officer be removed from employment, we see that the board has generally agreed with that penalty about half the time for most years. But in 2020, this percentage dropped to its lowest point in the last 5 years of 39% overall. In contrast, for opted boards, we see that for most years, the board has agreed with the chief's proposed penalty in a much lower proportion of cases, ranging from 0 to 25% of the time. In 2020, however, the boards in 39% of opted cases actually recommended a penalty that was the same or greater than that of the chief, which is a higher proportion than any of the 4 previous years. So we see that there are some differences in trends there between directed and opted boards, but that they ended up with similar results in 2020. Next slide, please. Next, we wanted to see how often officers who were eligible to select a civilian panel actually did so versus selecting a traditional panel. This table includes 120 officers whose boards were initiated between the implementation of the ordinance and the end of 2020, and who actually selected a panel for their board. As you can see, the majority of officers, a total of 83% overall, selected a civilian board when they were given the option. This is also true of the 31 cases that were completed during this period, for which officers selected a civilian board 84% of the time. This chart also shows the status of each of these cases at the end of 2020, which some still pending and others not completed for various reasons. These reasons included, for example, a settlement, a resignation or retirement, or other basis for cancellation. Next slide, please. This final slide compares penalty outcomes between civilian boards and traditional boards for both directed on the left and opted cases on the right, following implementation of the ordinance for a total of 47 cases. I should note that 16 of these boards were actually not eligible for a civilian panel due to the time period when they were initiated. As this chart shows, boards decided by civilian panels were more likely than those decided by traditional panels to recommend a penalty that was less than that proposed by the chief of police. For directed cases, for example, civilian panels agreed with the chief's proposed removal of the officer 27% of the time, while traditional panels agreed with the proposed removal 57% of the time. For opted boards, civilian panels agreed with the chief's recommended penalty 18% of the time, while traditional boards recommended the same or greater penalty 47% of the time. In reviewing these statistics, it's important to note that the relatively small sample sizes and short time period make it difficult to fully assess the differences and the reasons for them. The analysis does not take into account other factors that may impact these cases, including differences in the number and the type of allegations, as well as the relative strength of each case. Our written report contains more detailed charts and tables to provide additional information about the changes in the penalties, as well as the counts for which each officer was found guilty. And I'm happy to discuss these or any other questions you have. Thank you.
So commissioners, I'll just say that again, we hope that this helps provide in our report in more detail, really a snapshot, I keep using that phrase, of what does the data look like? And so when we do a further qualitative analysis, you'll at least have a sense of how things have been going in terms of the numbers before we get to that qualitative analysis.
Okay, thank you to the Office of Inspector General for that report. I have a few, let me just preface this by saying they're intended to be brief questions. So that I can open it up to my colleagues as well. From reading your report and from other reviews I've done, just for clarity, in the Board of Rights, an officer who is in a Board of Rights is represented by an attorney, correct?
That is generally the case. An officer has the right to whatever representation he or she desires. Most often we find that it is a private counsel who is representing the officer.
Okay, and the department is represented by an advocate who is a police officer with training, of course, but a police officer. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's generally a sergeant or a detective, although I believe there are some potential exceptions to that rule, but it's pretty rare. So generally, yes, a sworn sergeant or detective.
Okay. I'm making a list just so my colleagues know of things that I believe be helpful to get a report back on, including issue number one is to ask the department, along with the Inspector General's office, to determine and work with the city attorney's office to determine whether or not the department can get legal representation in those meetings. My next question on the numbers presented, these are preliminary numbers, some of which I understand from reading your report and your presentation were impacted by COVID. Of course, fewer boards of rights took place. In terms of the numbers that you were able to evaluate, is it a adequate sample size from which to draw conclusions, or should we wait to see more data? I'm not sure how to interpret the data that we've received, whether it's an adequate sample size or whether we need to let this play out for another year or so.
I think it's a great question. As Camelia mentioned, we are cognizant of some of the numbers being smaller than they normally would be, and the pandemic is just one of the primary factors leading to that. So to answer your question, I do believe that the data we have in our report shows some notable trends, and Camelia addressed those a little bit in her presentation and her further report. However, I would be wary of drawing really substantial or well-formed conclusions, because I think we would like to have further data to do that. We are poised in this report to conduct it potentially annually or any other interval required by this commission. But I think that there was some contemplation of this being an annual report. And so that will allow us to really see if these trends hold over more time.
Yes, and Mr. Smith is previewing something else that I was putting on my list for report back of when I say our ability, the Inspector General's office's ability to do an annual report on the Board of Rights process to add to transparency so that the public is aware of at least basic data, the directed boards, the opted boards, description of alleged conduct, how that relates to the penalty imposed, the composition of the board, and much of the data that you provided in terms of whether the penalty, if any, imposed was the same as the chief's, lesser, or in what direction that it went. So I would like to also determine whether we can, the Inspector General's office can do an annual report, will be my request. But also with respect to the composition of the Board of Rights before the pandemic, and this I think would be directed to the Inspector General and perhaps to Mr. Teefank as well. In terms of before the pandemic, I recall there was an active process going on and you were interviewing a lot of people to add to the list of people who could serve on the Board of Rights, and that got interrupted naturally because of the pandemic. I wonder if one or both of you can quickly provide an overview of where we stand with that in terms of hiring additional people, because as I understand the ordinance that was passed, it broadened the backgrounds of which people who could serve on the Board of Rights could be appointed to it. Could one of you provide?
Sure, I'll be happy to, Madam President.
Thank you.
We received over 150 applications when we did the announcement for the position. The interview process was delegated to the Inspector General and myself, and we commenced those interviews, and we had interviewed over 50 people, I believe, could be close to 55 people during that time frame. And we had come to the point we had selected to recommend to the commission just about 26 people, as I recall. Those folks that had been selected were referred to Personnel Department for fingerprinting to get their background process completed. That was finishing its process, and then March 10th hit, which was when the COVID came about. And since that point in time, nothing has moved forward. The main reason for that is even though we might appoint you all might appoint someone to be a hearing examiner, there's 8 hours of training to be required to facilitate that role. And during this time, there was no way that that training could be provided. And certainly it's not conducive to a Zoom environment for that type of training. Now that we have hit the yellow tier, we're going to re-implement that process, go back to those individuals, bring them forward to the commission here within the next 30 days, get commission concurrence as an appointment, and then we would do the training for them and include them in the pool, and we would commence interviews with the balance of the people in the pool.
Thank you for that, Mr. Teefank, much appreciated, because obviously having a diverse composition of individuals who could serve on the board is incredibly important. My last issue, and I think this is to the Inspector General, also I think it would go into the category of perhaps a report back, is updating the Board of Rights manuals to ensure that it increases everything that we're lawfully allowed to ensure for transparency in the process and ensure it's up to date and consistent with state law. I would like to ensure that the Board of Rights manual, for which all the members of the panel are trained on and under which they have to work, affords or allows for as much transparency in the process as legally allowed and accountability for all the decisions that are made. So are you and your office able to undertake that review?
We absolutely can and have actually begun that for our next project, the more qualitative analysis. I'll just say very, very briefly only that as we begin our look at the Board of Rights Manual, we do recognize that it is a bit of an older document. It has not been updated some time. That does not necessarily mean it is good or bad, but it's worth a look. I think we were pretty convinced of that, so we're undertaking that now.
And finally, any chance we could advance that qualitative review that you're working on, or would that undermine the ability to have robust findings?
I fear that would undermine the ability to have robust findings. So our schedule is for the end of the year, and it's really just sort of two reasons. One, it takes a substantial amount of time to actually sit in and observe Board of Rights hearings, which we are doing now. We couldn't do that earlier in the year because they simply weren't being held. And also we're reviewing past Board of Rights as far as transcripts. It's just a time-consuming process. And then secondarily, I want to avoid a situation where we have such little data that we're drawing conclusions from. The ability to sit in more Boards of Rights, get more observations, read some more transcripts is going to solidify any recommendations that we have. And I fear accelerating it may hamper that.
Thank you. Commissioners, other questions? Anyone?
Yeah.
Commissioner Briggs, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
No, I'll defer to Commissioner Briggs, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Sorry, I saw him raise his.
Commissioner Bonner, you got there first, so you can go ahead. I'm still trying to collect my thoughts. So you go first. I'll jump in afterwards.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Really just one issue that I wanted to explore a little bit more, and this was if my recollection going back to 2019, when some of this was being put together, or some refinements were being made. There was the conversation about the civilian membership, and at that time, you may recall, there was a part of that conversation was about even the qualifications of those individuals, and could they be former law enforcement, retired law enforcement officers and things of that nature. So one, I wanted a brief comment on that, but it's also just goes to the broader question of, and this presumably would be something you would maybe in the follow-up report or analysis, is what, if anything, we know about the makeup, of that pool, or the demographics of it. And I, Commissioner Decker alluded to ensuring diversity, and that's, one element of it is the ethnic diversity and things of that nature. But I'm also just wondering, trying to get a sense, is this one of those roles where it's best suited for somebody who's retired and has, time on their hands to review files and do those things? The Hollywood CPAB group that was with us before kind of noted that, that their group is heavily slanted towards an older demographic, and they're making serious efforts to try to bring in younger people. And so I'm just trying to get a little feel for here as well as to what this universe or pool of civilian members really looks like.
I can try to give an answer, but if you don't mind, I'd first like to see if Mr. Tiefenk, as far as the qualifications, would prefer to wait.
I'll speak to the qualifications. The qualifications were changed, and a former peace officer can be a member of a Board of Rights pool, but not until 2 years after the ordinance was implemented. So the current pool does not include any retired peace officers, to the best of my recollection. The makeup of individuals that would go into the new pool, they could be a retired peace officer after 2 years of the ordinance being in effect. As to the demographics of the current pool, I'm not prepared to give that to you. I can have that for you next week. I just wasn't prepared for that question today, but it has been reported in the past, and would just be easy to pull the information back up.
I appreciate that. Can you comment briefly on either Mr. Tiefenk or the Inspector General, in terms of, since you looked closely, you have the more intimate understanding of what the process really entails and what kinds of materials were reviewed and discussed. There was a conversation earlier about the officers being represented by counsel. That kind of tells you one thing about the nature of the discussion and evidence and those kinds of things. Can you, taking all of that, can you then comment on the broader question of, does it appear to be the kind of opportunity that is potentially better suited for some people and others, and maybe we're at risk of not getting a full cross section of the public? And in particular, I'm making the example I'm giving the example that, if somebody works a full-time job and, maybe actively involved in the community, kind of engaged in the real world, may find out that, yeah, they have something to contribute, but they're not really well suited because whether it's the time of day that these boards meet, or the nature of, the time commitment, or what have you. But just comment now, if you could, on just anything that might tell us whether the process itself has some limitations on who might be suited to participate.
I'll speak first. From my perspective, it doesn't. I think that a number of individuals who are in the current pool and a number of individuals who applied for the new pool were current practicing either arbitrators, mediators, or had background in personnel matters, human resources, et cetera, and community members who had the basic skills that were required in the job flyer. We found that a lot of them were still working. A lot of them were retired, wanted to give back to the community and do something. So there was a cross section. I don't think its limitations apply to any one particular group or not another. It's more about the qualifications of the individual, their experience and expertise they bring to the table, I think, than their availability.
And thank you. And I don't know if the Inspector General had anything to add, but I did have a follow-up part of that, which is there any reason that, and there was the discussion earlier about, the impact of COVID and how that slowed down the processing of applications and interviews and so on. Is there any reason that we either do not or could not approach this similar to recruiting for officers? In other words, to have a recruiting, approach to recruiting that, for example, would be designed to try to maximize outreach, as broad as possible, with the intent of making the opportunity known to a broad, cross section of community members and hopefully getting them involved. I mean, because what you're saying, for example, I can imagine why somebody who's a magistrate or who does ADR, those kind of things, very well suited for this kind of work. But I just don't know if we're the word is out broadly, particularly in the current environment where a lot of people are a little more tuned in to the question of how the process works. Could we have a recruiting strategy around that?
Well, I'll respond to that. We did a recruitment in June through July of 2019. We received over 150 applications. Again, we're not going to be hiring as many police officers as police department hires. We're looking at expanding the pool by about 50 people. So if we brought in 500 or 600 applicants, it becomes very difficult to manage that number of 50 people. So I think with the outreach we did and the demographics of what we received back were appropriate. If the commission's desires direct us to go back out and do it all over again, we'll do it all over again. I would just submit that we got a good reach and we got a good applicant pool from which to draw. I'll let Mr. Smith give his comments, and he sat in on the interviews with me also, and see if he's reflective of my observations or not.
Yeah, I think the only things I would add are, it would be, I think, silly or blind to say that things like availability are not a factor in who can be effectively serving as a hearing examiner. If someone really doesn't have that availability, it's not going to work out well. However, I wouldn't want to make assumptions that someone who is working full-time cannot hold the role and cannot provide a great value to this very important process. So I don't think I want to be sort of exclusionary in that sense. Given that reality that yes, there are some of those considerations, I think you want to cast a very broad net as much as possible. These are influential positions that play a role in reviewing peace officer discipline. And so I think you want to, as best you can, recruit a diverse segment of society. But as far as how you go about that and when you feel satisfied that you have the pool you want, I think is really the purview of this commission. And your staff is here to try to help carry out your directions.
So just to follow up quickly on that last point, and also as Mr. Teefank just referenced it when he said we can go out and do it all over again and so on. I think what I would want to understand, because I'm certainly not suggesting you go over the current pool and start some process. I'm on the assumption that say you pick the whatever the current pool is. I'm assuming that's not a lifetime appointment such that we never have any effort to replenish that pool or bring a few further people into it. I'm assuming that there's an ongoing effort or interest in replenishing the pool and whatever that process is for opening it up. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of longer term, whether we should establish whether it's formal policy or just an inclination or approach, whatever you want to call it, to just making sure that that there is an intentional effort as to attract a cross section of people to the process.
Yeah, I concur with that.
Can you comment on the current pool? I mean, your point about doing this all over again. Does this pool, you have this pool, whether it's 20 this people, what is it that brings people into the process? In other words, assume you had 26, 50 people in there, do they serve terms? or what causes an opportunity to come available?
So they do serve a term. They have a 3-year term, can be reappointed by the commission at the commission's desire. One of the big draws, quite frankly, is the compensation. There's compensation is $450 for 4 hours or less in one day, and $900 or for a full day, more than 4 hours in a day. So the compensation is a draw, and also individuals who want to give back to the community. There are a number of individuals who do this who are, again, as I said, professional arbitrator, mediators, human resource people with that kind of background who did that in their livelihood, who have now retired and see this as an opportunity to give back as well as be compensated for it. And that's been my experience in interviewing people, has been 2 things. One is opportunity to give back, and 2, the compensation.
And I would add, some are seeking arbitration sort of experience and mediation hours. Some may have already begun that process, but are in the starting stages of it, and see this as a way to continue to sort of blossom their skills in that role. I think we saw at least a few of those as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Briggs, are you ready? Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Inspector General, for this presentation. I got to tell you, I'm going to say some things that are probably going to be somewhat controversial, but nonetheless, I want to dive right into it. And we've had these discussions before. I'm fairly shocked that we have 5 years of data, and that in 2020, when we bring civilians into the fold, and the majority of the panels then becomes civilian rather than traditional, only 39% stick with the directed recommendation. That's rather shocking, because it speaks to a lot of different things that are going on. Number one, while I recognize why the PPL probably wanted civilians, in terms of due process, that begs the question whether or not, when they're going through the investigative stage, the officers have a form of due process such that they can present evidence that's favorable to them, that is then taken into consideration by the commanding officer. Do you happen to, I thought I studied all the material that you provided, and because my understanding here is that these panels, or the Board of Rights, actually conducts what's called a de novo review. For those who are non-lawyers, that simply means that they look at the entire evidence all over again and come up with their own decisions, which is an odd quirk in and of itself, but I understand the history here of this. But to the point of whether or not an officer at the investigative stage has some measurable due process, do you know whether or not that is true?
At the investigative stage, so internal affairs or their designees, when conducting a misconduct investigation, it's their responsibility to conduct that investigation thoroughly, to uncover all relevant evidence, whether it be evidence favorable to the accused officer, whether it be evidence unfavorable to the accused officer. And the officer, barring an extreme circumstance that I can't necessarily even think of right now, the officer is generally interviewed as a part of that investigation and can give testimony as to his or her side of the story, so to speak. Once the investigation is completed, if there is a sustained allegation and a penalty is to be issued or potentially to be issued, the officer does have some due process opportunity to give any mitigating factors before the penalty decision is made.
Thank you for that. Because where I'm going with this, I mean, this statistic that we have here, to me at least, it speaks to accountability. And if the chief and his commanding staff have made a decision that an officer needs to be terminated, And that officer now knows that he can go to a board of rights composed of civilians, and he has close to a 70 or even greater percentage of chance of having that decision overturned simply because these are civilians, then that undermines accountability, and it also undermines the chief's authority. So I'm kind of concerned with what this is going. Do you expect that your qualitative analysis that we're going to get at the end of the year is going to address why there's such a drastic disconnect between what the chief is recommending and what this Board of Rights, what they're doing?
I want to be careful not to forecast too much, but our report that looks qualitatively at this Board of Rights process, one of the goals is to see where we observe weaknesses in the process or problems in the process that we believe should be improved. That will include some comparative analysis to other sort of processes, due process as far as discipline goes in other agencies. But I'll also look just at this Board of Rights process to help us try to see, are there things that we think are not the way that they should be, and if so, how can we recommend them to get better? So I'll say that speaking generally.
At the end of this process, will we, or do we as a commission, have an opportunity to perhaps ask that this system be changed such that the board's scope of review is not one of de novo review, but rather one of abuse of discretion, meaning that the command staff has abused its discretion in coming up with the recommendations versus a complete review of all the evidence, such as to not deprive the officer. I don't want to deprive any officer of due process. Clearly, that's not what I'm asking. And that's why I prefaced everything with whether or not the officers have due process by the time the chief makes his recommendation.
As far as those types of structural changes to how the Board of Rights are operated, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I might defer, if I could, to the city attorney. I think that some of those changes were outside the purview of the Office of Inspector General and possibly the Police Commission.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Inspector General, just to kind of close the loop on that issue, the City Council had asked, I think as part of the ordinance, for this data, this numbers, presumably at the time they proposed the charter change, to identify how the system was going. Is that an accurate assessment of why they wanted that information?
I don't know that we ever provided any reasoning, simply the ordinance itself saying that the Inspector General shall conduct an annual audit on the Board of Rights proceedings. And that's the extent that I have. But again, in addition, this commission directed the OIG to do this report.
Okay. All right. We'll have further conversations with the city attorney on that. Are there any other questions from commissioners on the IG report? Seeing no hands. Okay, let me skip my agenda in front of me, excuse me. All right, so on item E, the recommended board action is to review and approve the report. I will make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I had also called up item F, which is the executive director's report on the description of the legal framework of the disciplinary process. The recommended board action is to receive and file the the executive director's report. I'll move that forward. Is there a second to that as well?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you again to the Office of Inspector General for all your work on that. We certainly appreciate that. The next up on our agenda is item G, with respect to the service fees as reflected in the executive director's report. Does any member of the commission have a question on this item? If not, I will move the matter forward. And the recommended board action is to approve the executive director's report. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Members of the commission, we have H, I, and J on the agenda. May I ask, just by show of hand or some other designate, if you have a question on H? I and J. All right, I'm just going to proceed then to votes, okay? On H, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. On item I, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council for acceptance. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item J, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the city clerk, records officer. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much. The board will now move into closed session. Madam Secretary, will you please take us out?
The Board of Police Commissioners will recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1, 4A2, and 4B1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. It's going to take just a couple of minutes to get everyone back on the Zoom call to close out today's session. Madam Secretary, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, we're missing Commissioner Kalanche, who was, oh, here she is. Very good. Okay, we now have all of our commissioners present. Madam Secretary, would you close out our, or do a readout of our closed session business?
In closed session, item 4A1 Leary 028-20 was discussed, and the recommendations were adopted as follows by unanimous vote of 5-0. As it relates to tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 Sergeant 1 and 1 Police Officer 2. Tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 2 and 1 Police Officer 3. As it relates to less lethal use of force, out of policy, administrative disapproval.
Can everyone hear me? I can't hear I don't know if anyone.
Yes, we can hear you, and we can hear the secretary who's in the middle of her presentation.
As it relates to less lethal use of force, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 2, rounds 4 and 5, and 1 Police Officer 3, round 1. In closed session, item 4A2 Leary 037-20 was discussed, and the recommendations were adopted as follows by a unanimous vote of 5-0. As it relates to tactics, tactical debrief, 3 Police Officer 3 and 1 Police Officer 2. As it relates to non-lethal use of force, in policy, no further action, 2 Police Officer 3. By a vote of 4-1, the board motioned out of policy, 1 Police Officer 2. In closed session, 4B was discussed. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and thank you for filling in for Mr. Tiefenk and closing out our session. The only matter left is to adjourn for the day. I will move us forward. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Soberoff. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hands. Aye. Okay, that passes 5-0. Thank you all very much for
Good night, Mr. Bonner.
all the matters heard today, and thank you so much. We'll see you at the next scheduled board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.